Check the garbage can. I just did. Clearing it. Delete forever. It's freed up like 40 gigs. That too. All right. In that shared folders and uploads and Quora that gets used. Yeah, it's strange. I was just trying to figure out where all the stuff was sitting, but between trash bin and me just deleting some stuff, I was able to free up the 22 gigs. Actually, I freed up 54 gigs. Anyways, let's play some Dwarf Fortress, shall we? You guys can say hi, YouTube. Good evening, Lucky Soft. How are you? G'day. Well, I mean, I was cleaning Google Drive, not my drive, right? Google Drive does not equal my computer's drive. But generally, if I need to clear space in my drives, I use Winderstat because I'm one of those people. Apparently, I'm about to get slammed with ads. That's poor timing. Well, grumble. Winderstat's best software. Windirsack? Chad already typed it in a couple times. Windirstat. You got the vomit ad? I'm very sorry. To the Google. Yeah, very good piece of, like, drive cleaning software. But it's all in German, so good luck figuring out how to download it without, like, Google Translate. Is similar but less ugly. I like the way Winderstat looks. It's not ugly. You just have poor taste. Learn to see the beauty in dumb, esoteric old software. It's vintage? Exactly! It's got a shine on it. At, like, late 90s, early 2000s beige look. I don't know. I have, like... How many streamers do you know that literally have blank cassettes within hand's distance? I know my... I like my dumb old shit. Spacemonger? Spacemonger sounds like a game that Robert Space Industries would have tried to make before Star Citizen. Spacemonger! You know of 7 streamers? God damn it! Okay, how many streamers do you know have a rat on their desk? Huh? I can be unique in some way. Sheesh. All Tarkov streamers? I don't even stream Tarkov. Are we through the ads? We should be through the ads. All right, so the fortress. This is Sizzletongs. This is a fort that had many plans that got foiled. And then I had to turn enemies off. The reason I had to turn enemies off was because in this world, I'm at war with everything. It's not my fault. They started it. Literally, in Legends mode, in Legends during World Gen. To the point where, like, these are some forts I built, and they all have, like, 1,000 goblins in them. This one has 5,000 goblins in it. I don't even know how. I didn't even build a fort there. I just embarked and retired it. That's my one other successful fort from this world. It has 200 dwarves. This faction had 9 when we started. This right here is the Fortress of Tour Shadows, which is dead. Very dead. And we're right here. All of these other forts, these little blue things, they all have 20 population because I just spammed down a bunch of embarks and didn't actually do anything with them. This one is 10 for some reason, which I think is interesting. But yeah, that's how you rebuild a faction. You just like spam, do a bunch of embarks, and then yeah. So we're at war with humans, elves, and goblins, and there's 3 different elven factions here, and 2 different goblin factions, as well as these humans. And from what I can tell, we get sieged once or twice a season and ambushed almost every season. So it's like 3 to 5 attacks a year. Is it salvageable? Probably not. Will it be epic? Yes. And that's my intent. So on the surface here, we're building a death machine. So this is a very long bridge, and this is a pretty long walkway. We're going to be, well, I've already built it. This is a pump stack that pumps lava up onto the surface. And then there's going to be one of 2 directions it can go. It can go to the right, which will just go into the moat down here, which needs to flow somewhere eventually. And then there's to the left, which goes this way. And eventually the idea is that it'll just be flowing infinitely. When it goes to the left, it's going to go directly through these 2 holes and fall straight down here onto a minecart track, which is going to... You're upset that you turned off 50% of the fun of DF? That's fine. Watch a different stream. Then here, we're going to build a minecart track that goes all the way over to here. And it's going to have rollers on it. I mean, if you're upset with me, go watch a different stream. Come back when I turn the enemies on. I don't need to know your opinions. I play the game the way I want. God damn it, you can play the game the way you want. How else do you want me to respond to that? Come on. Live your life. Like, literally. How else do you want me to respond to that, my dude? If you're sad that I turned off the fun, that's okay. Live your fucking life. Exclamation point warning still applies. I don't care if I've got more people watching. Christ. Anyway, so we're going to build a minecart track with rollers, which hopefully is going to get the minecart going fast enough that it will fill up and then slam into this wall. So it's going to require a couple test runs. The idiot part of this is it's going to fire fireballs directly at my own fort. But the idea here is they will walk along here and then into there and then go and get splatted. To hashtag kids these days? Maybe, I don't know. You pronounce my name as Blind Earl. You're not the first person to do that. As long as you don't call me Blind Girl, then we're fine. Which one person did once. That was an awkward conversation. Is marble fire safe? Doesn't matter if it's constructed. But at the end of the day, I'm not strictly telling you to leave, but that's my opinion. It's like, if you're going to tune in and just be like, you're playing the game in a way I don't like, that, okay. Go watch somebody who makes you happy with the way they play the game. And that's just always going to be the way I treat my broadcast. It's my show. I do what I want. One of your forts are covered in dwarf beer. The whole mountain is beer. Is it a clumsy dwarf? Is it raining beer? Or is there just like beer all over the floors? I mean, I'll just time you out for 48 hours, Frisco Born, if that would make you happy. Because you make me unhappy, right? So if you do that, and that's the only reason you're here, then you want to know what happens? if you just repeatedly say, I'm here to make you upset, you're better off genuinely watching a different stream, because you will cease watching this stream eventually, because I will ban you. I don't get paid enough to have chat just exist to annoy me. We're here to have a conversation and enjoy playing games. And if you're here to rile up the streamer and be a dick, okay, I don't like starting my streams like this. This sucks. This is garbage. This is the worst way I can start my day. I also don't like it, Budgie. I want this to end. I also don't want to brand Frisco. I just want to make it clear that Frisco, it's probably the last time you can do that. How do you request doors back after conquering them? You need a messenger, and then you send them out like any other order. You click on the location, and then you request the units back. Very easy. But you can't request all of them back, I don't think. Okay, apology accepted. Don't do it again. Thanks, fried onions. But anyway, since we've kind of walked over the basics of the construction we're doing now, I think it's time to turn this on. Frosty McCrusty, what kind of dwarf am I getting you? When the lava was tested, how left last night when the lava was tested, how goes the plan? I mean, it's still working. I mean, we're working on the other half of it now, and it's gonna take a little bit. It's gonna take a little bit. You want to marry me more now? I don't generally think marriage is a good idea in the current world. But, you know, some people are interested in old-fashioned traditions. I think to me it just, like, kind of makes splitting up more difficult. For tax reasons? Nah, my taxes are fine. You have arrived? I thought that you were Tyler 1 if is insane. Quote, underscore, underscore, underscore. I'm gonna start saying the underscores in your name because I think it's funny. Marriage is important in the US? I don't live in the US. The heck? Start collecting evidence for a divorce? Pretty much, yeah. Me over here with my Canadian pesos. Thanks, Linus Tech Tips. In case I missed it, I definitely did. I was about to go over to the thing and look at it. Check your chat logs. You want a dwarf with the highest chance of imminent death. Okay, let's just give you the most pissed off dwarf who isn't, like... Yeah, let's just give you the most pissed off dwarf who isn't a child, because children don't get beaten to death by Thanos. The captain of the guard. Busty McCrusty. And let me know who I'm gifting a dwarf to in a second, Claiborne. I will check. You didn't want to be murdered by your wife or worse, yelled at? I'm very confused. Frogfire, what? Anyway, so this dwarf, Fusty McCusty, is frequently depressed and never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, is slow to anger, and she is an honest and private person. Freely shares details of her life and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She is stubborn and she is quite ambitious. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and tends to consider what others think of her, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she occasionally overindulges. She has an active imagination and can handle stress, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and gets distracted with conversations when she's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Personally, finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, values harmonious existence, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, and doesn't dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes galena, sterling silver, versatile, warhammers, Verisite, not versatile, Verisite. I'm probably mispronouncing that one. Warhammers and low boots and mauls. Mules for their stubbornness, not mauls. Mules for their stubbornness, and porcupines for their quills, in the words of the bronze rocks, and the sight of the scintillating silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume giant kia, pond turtle, and cow's milk, and absolutely hates large roaches. You have a few friends, and you're 76 years old. And who am I gifting a dwarf to? So Andre, the improv DM, is getting one, it looks like. Unless someone else is getting one. What is happening? Claiborne, who am I giving a dwarf to? I love that there's just like spiders hanging out up here. Not sure how they're getting in or where they're coming from, but dining room is rad. I'm quite happy with it. It needs more tables, but it needs a few improvements, actually. Green dude? Okay. So chat, what kind of dwarf does green dude get? And then we'll read through the dwarves that are currently alive in the fort. I personally think that green dude should be a jeweler because they're green. But either that or a farmer. One of the two. How original? I don't know. The oldest bearded dwarf? Yeah, that's the problem is like neither of the green dwarves have beards because neither of them are dudes. Same with the animal trainer. Unless we want to go with like the happier jeweler. Hunters still are, but I have no hunting because we're in an untamed wilds biome and I'd rather not get attacked by giant crows. It is actually Wednesday, yes. Which means we're just under 48 hours until the next Bay 12 game stock. It is Wednesday. Yes, Budgie. It is, in fact, Wednesday. Tomorrow is the next Bay 12 game stock. It's in the title of the stream, Diamond. So I guess we're going with the happier jeweler then. So this is this what we're going for green dude? There you go. You got it, Ben Convoy. I was literally just typing it in, but you got it. Green dude is hauling marble. It's okay. I am very smart too. Disdains perseverance. I feel that. So a dwarf recite the sands will tell at the oily date. It's interesting. She is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need after seeing an elf's dead body in 247, and she is inattentive to detail in her own work, and she enjoys the company of others. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is often nervous. She has a greedy streak. She is stubborn. Though she is conflicted by this, by this part of herself, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, and she values friendship, and she could be considered rude, and she finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract. She gets distracted during conversations when she's nervous, and she has a very distinct laugh for when she's excited. She mutters under her breath when she's nervous, and she has a habit of chewing her cheek. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. She personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, dislikes cooperation and finds blind honesty foolish, values decorum and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes mica, bronze, and onyx, and castrol leather, and giant moon snail shell, and pigtail fabric, and the sound of the amethyst rhythm, and when possible prefers to consume lion, buckwheat beer, and she absolutely hates worms. And she's friends with Captain Walmart. Actually, she's friends with quite a few people. She's impatient, altruistic, good with language. All right. Let's work on this surface project. Trying to figure out why they keep suspending this one wall piece. They should be able to complete that. All right, so we are going to... start digging. We need our side entryway. It's a very funny dwarf description. I like the amusing ones. I like the amusing ones that kind of feel real. Where it's like, yeah, I could see that being an actual person. But apologies for the conflict, chat. I just kind of have a zero tolerance policy when it comes to people who exist purely to be mean. There's just no reason to really invite that kind of attitude into this community. This wall on a frozen river. Yeah, which shouldn't cause any construction issues. Shouldn't is the key word. But, you know, stranger things have happened. Let's do floor grates. Cool. I only got 4 right now. I keep forgetting to click the button that I need, which is keep building after placement. That one. Or long-term residents can only marry your dwarves if they don't get citizenship. Or any long-term can marry your dwarves and they don't get citizenship by doing that. Well, no, they get citizenship by petitioning for citizenship. It would be mighty strange if they suddenly had a way of getting citizenship without petitioning for citizenship. No, I think the actual problem here are these 2 logs. Game just crashed. Well, that's interesting. Guess I need to rename those 2 dwarves. Was what? The most pissed off dwarf and then the happy jeweler. Well, that's easy enough. We did do literally nothing. So. You know, Frisco Born, I think that you need a, 10-minute timeout. Because I really want you to shut up. I'm not using any mods currently, Mangus. All right. I don't know what's up with this wall piece. I don't trust it. So this weaver goes to Busty McRusty. And green dude goes to, I think it was the top one? No, so the lower one. No, It wasn't you. It's the one that's friends with the other one. It's the jeweler. Yeah, this one, because friends with Captain Walmart. Green dude. That monologue was just I'm going to try and continue everything I was doing previously, and I don't understand anything I've been told. All right. Let's make more iron grates. 10's fine. I have 4 currently. Merlin Buff, thanks for watching. I apparently woke up on the wrong side of the bed today and I'm all snappy this morning. But, you know, is what it is. We all have days like that. All right, so I'm going to do a real quick hard save because getting crashes, concerning. So I'm going to save Fortress and return to title. Jump back in. Using closest material is dangerous, and now your fort has some very beautiful... Well, I mean, dangerous for aesthetics, but not dangerous as in, like, actually dangerous. Out there, carrying marble, because it's a very long walk. I need to move my construction materials closer to the construction. But yeah, it's literally just because it's a very long walk. Now I'm like worried the game's gonna crash again. Actually, I do need the extra grades for up here on the top side. Did I ever start those floodgates up? I can't remember. Nope. Okay, let's make some iron floodgates too. Actually, I could make steel floodgates. Make fancier floodgates. I need 6, I guess. I mean, I got tons of steel downstairs, so might as well make steel. Is there a way to dig through liquid rock besides the gem pillars? What, the semi-molten rock? Semi-molten rock is basically bedrock in Minecraft. The stuff that you can't dig through. You have to dig around it. Right, yes, we made that armor stand. That dwarf stumbling around obliviously. I mean, you can make gold furniture? You just can't make golden weapons. You can't wait to do something as big as that. Just don't burn yourself out on the game because of it, you know? Which was kind of the whole PSA of that episode. Was building big, cool things is cool, but don't ruin the game for yourself because of it. Yes, I pumped that lava from underground to the surface. It comes from up here, which goes from here, and then goes from down here. 360 hours and you're not even remotely done with the game? Oh, totally. I mean, this is a game that I've played for thousands of hours, but there is something to be said for playing too much of a game in a short period of time that can cause you to get frustrated or burnt out on certain aspects of it. And even I've felt that with this game before. It's like, yeah, I'm not even remotely done with this game, and I've got thousands of hours in it. But at the same time, I could actually absolutely see somebody get burnt out on it if they just played too much of it in a short period of time. You've been binging the backlog? Hell yeah. Yeah, no, looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun tomorrow, because we've also got the we've got a pretty fun guest host on this one, which he's been quietly announced. Having the developer of the game Odd Realm on this time. So that should be a bunch of fun. It's gonna be interesting having somebody with a similar but also very different game development experience on. Who makes a game that is very much in the heavily inspired by kind of area. Just use closest material for these. That's tomorrow. There's a reason it says tomorrow. I think it should... It says the date in the title, and currently it's the 18th here. Cold-blooded named their shield from the looks of things. It's in the title of the stream. Days of Doom. Mm-hmm. Yep. Literally in the title of the stream. You have 400 hours-ish since the Steam release. There was one person who said that they were like, I'm at 1,169 hours. I'm like, have you not turned it off since the game came out? They were like, guilty as charged. I was like, wow. Yes, that was in fact you, Gobsnack. Which means it's probably like, what, 1,080 hours now? Should you only have one tavern? I mean, theoretically, you could have as many taverns as you want. There's no issue with having multiple taverns. You should have taverns close to where your dwarves are working. In places where they're accessible. Oh, right, yeah, and I need to put food stockpiles in here, too. Speaking of thirsty and hungry dwarves. It's a weird, like, borderline hitch. And you thought you played too much? Play as much as you want to. Other people's hours shouldn't be relevant. You've been living and breathing this game. You're at 525 hours. Most of you guys are at more hours than me. Like, I'm at what? 322. And I had the game, like, 4 days early. Can you explain why your dwarves keep stealing prepared meals from your tavern and putting it in their chests? They're not stealing them. They're claiming them. Dwarves are allowed to do that. And it's because you're making food that they like. They're saving it for later. Like, tell me, did you ever, like, as a kid go, I'm going to take this chocolate bar, I'm going to put it in my sock drawer? Because if you didn't, I don't believe you were ever a child. Dwarves are kind of like kids. It's theft. You can't have theft in a world with no ownership. I'm just saying. Yes, you can, but... With that attitude? I'm not exactly sure what my attitude is, but... I mean, just, like, have a look at China and their takes on Western world's copyright system if you want to know what, like, theft is like. Is there a minimum size to taverns? If you want dances, they need to be, like, at least 6x6 or something. This game does have thieves, yes. I was going to say, and they're not dwarves, but that's, like, decidedly not true. This is one of those username checks out situations. I'm not talking about Earth, Dr. Professor Hamster. So if you really want to start asking that, go somewhere else. And you know, here's the thing, right? I'm just talking. And if you guys are going to make me compare everything to real life, I'll be honest with you guys, I'm in the kind of mood today where I would rather just turn my stream off and do something else. So this is not a fun series of conversations. Needing a 10 by 10 dance floor? You don't need it. Is it optimal? Sure. Do you need it? No. I think that's not the best way for me to do this. The best way for me to do this is to go one further. Go down to here. Pick up on this side. Deconstruct that. I mean, my morning isn't bad. I just don't understand why I can't just, like, play a video game and babble without, like, having to explain real-world justifications for fucking everything. I've already had to time one person out today, and I haven't had to time somebody out in, like yet this... That's the actual, probably the first timeout I've had to do this year. Good night, Stone. You sleep well. If there's a list of dance formations anywhere? I mean, it depends on your world, so you're not going to know what you have. Night Pebble. I feel bad calling stone Pebble, but it does kind of fit. I'm making your time at work fun? Hell yeah. We'll get through this bumpy chat room bit. It'll be fine. It's my favorite dinosaur? The problem with my favorite dinosaur is it always comes down to, is my favorite dinosaur still considered a dinosaur? It's still considered a dinosaur, or, like, does it even exist?
Hope your morning improves.
And, like, then there's also the question of what's your favorite dinosaur, or what is your favorite, like, not actually a dinosaur? Because a lot of dinosaurs are, like, very much fantastical versions. Like, if I were to, like, knee-jerk response my favorite dinosaur, it's probably, like, the, not an actual dinosaur, but, like, the, like, Jurassic Park variant of imagined dinosaur that doesn't actually exist. Any Linus dinosaur with laser beams and a chainsaw tail. I'm kind of with you on that. You got very confused when you said goodnight. What's even better is there's I've got my mod there's the mod Stone, and then there's the mod Stoned with a D, as in, like, really high. And they're different people. Go take a break. Them, go take a break. Burning out on the game's not worth it. Is Stone stoned? Usually. Generally. Can already tell this is confusing. It's confusing for me. And I know who they all are individually. Okay, so this right here needs to be channeled down. Uh-oh. I did the thing. This is such a newbie trap. It's, like, freaking dangerous. I kind of hate it, actually. Don't you get frozen there, Dwarf. Also, there's just, like, a dead capybara there. Which is just kind of funny. So this newbie trap is, like, mining into water, right? It's so freaking easy to do. It used to be so hard to do. Like if you look at it in ASCII, right? You can just like see the water. But when you have this tile set on, it doesn't show you where the water is. And when I was messing around with this game before release, I remember looking at it and going like, "Oh, that's bad. That needs to be fixed." I also need to go on top and mine out the top. There isn't when they're frozen. There's drop icons when they're not frozen. Oh, did I just... Oops. Made a hole in the floor. It's okay, actually. I do kind of need a hole there, just not right there. You do that. You do that. You made it to spring? Oh, why is your base flooding? Yeah, exactly. Why is your base flooding? A surprise emoji. Why is it raining underground? That seems wrong. Shouldn't be doing that. Maybe aquifer, perhaps? Would be my assumption. All right, well, that should fill this all in, more or less. Of all of the emotes you were expecting in here, you weren't expecting a corgi cam? I mean, some of the emotes you... Like, Twitch is like a weirdly small space, especially when you end up in bigger streams. Like, when you take into account that, like, with the average views I've had in January, I'm like the 1100th biggest English channel. The odds that there's at least like half a dozen people in this stream right now that watch the same streams you watch or have watched recently is actually really good. It's just like, if I say happy birthday right now, it's probably at least a couple dozens people birthdays. That was a very poorly grammatically spoken sentence, but you know what I mean. Which is why we should just make it a bit where we just say happy birthday every day. 'Cause it's somebody's birthday. Some wine-raging gift subs. Yeah, that too. Also, you get some random-ass subs gifted from time to time. Ah, Asmog Black, the ghostly stonecrafter, has risen and is haunting the fortress. Well, we should deal with that. It's not you. Okay, what? How do you spell that last name? I-S-A, not I-Z-A. I-S-A. There you are. Get you memorialized there. You poor dwarf. No, not Asma Gold. But you have come back to cause me problems. Although at this point with the gifted dwarf like option people have, we may start getting some pretty random dwarves in here. Depending on how crazy people decide to go with it. Can doors just like not get down here anymore? I'm assuming that's what's going on. Because I do need to mine out the rest of this. You're still waiting to tag Putnam? Yeah, that's fair. these keep getting forbidden. Is there a block on top of you that's... Oh, okay. This block right here has a job that's associated with it. Probably placing this block right here. Or right there. Does this one get immediately forbidden? Yeah, it might just be that. Okay. Let's just see if we can get these done. It's a cool looking fort. That's for sure, Sam. Single diorite block. I don't know if I said blocks. All right. Well, let's build a track. I don't even know if this is gonna work. To be honest, I have no idea if this is gonna work. Then up here, let's install those floodgates. Steel. Steel. Steel! We can line them up. So they're in the same place. Regardless of direction. Those will take a little bit to place. Just a little bit to place. If you go to the task screen, Tyler one, right here, you can just like scroll down and then unforbid anything that's paused, which is not quite the same thing, but pretty similar. So I'm trying, I guess what I could do is I could have a whole bunch of tracks around the front here that just kind of connect. Guess that's how I could do it. Where they just glide and then kick. Glide and then kick. Guess would be the way to do that. This is diorite blocks in game, TBH. Even if that's a mistake, you're still fascinated with how this game generates text. I guarantee you that it's just a quirk of the wording of this game. Because that's just how the wording of this game works. This is a something of something, sometimes plural. If the item is plural by default in its wording, that's the wording it uses. It's also how the game ends up with some really, really strange wording for, like, various objects. Yeah, this is it, and the object name is blocks. So this is a diorite blocks would be the wording of the game, because that's just the wording the game uses. Blurst plurality. Ow, my brain. Yeah, and like it's part of the reason why, or I guess that leads into part of the reason why Dwarf Fortress is so hard to translate. It's like you can translate the description of things and certain pieces of text, but like the actual generative text in the game is like, good luck. The best way to put it. All right, so this lower layer is getting blocks put in. We've dug all the way to the edge here, I think. Yes. This entity is X entity. It's almost as if two guys created thousands of text strings. Pretty much, yep. You know, it's kind of sad because like Dwarf Fortress is capable of Dwarf Fortress is capable of translating or having a partial translation where like all the UI and like descriptions most of them, with the exception of the generated ones, could be translated, but it would probably actually hurt their review score because partial translations tend to do poor. Also, Dwarves and the Bob, both about 40 minutes ago, but thank you very much for the Prime sub, as well as the resub from the Bob. I think I was ranting at that point, so I missed those. Volcanoes are strangely generated with high openings and strange embark sites. You know, like there's a lot of weird quirks in the world generation stuff, but like that's what the map rewrite intends to fix. I don't know how chat. How many of you guys are new to Dwarf Fortress? Out of curiosity, just like say me if you've started playing in the last 2 months. Okay, how many of you have looked at the roadmap? Because there's a roadmap on their website. Modern Warfare or Mech Warrior, Delphin? Because I'm hoping you meant Mech Warrior, because Mech Warrior is cool. So they have a roadmap on their website, right? And admittedly, it hasn't been updated in ages. They really need to update it. I think it was last updated in like 2020. This is their roadmap. So, and I hope you guys all got that because there's going to be a test. Some of it's already in the game, some of it's not. The white text isn't. The map rewrite hopes, the end goal of the map rewrite is to make two things possible. The first thing is allow you to have a playable space that is bigger than just, you know, your current map, I guess, right? That's the first thing. And also make the map make a lot more sense in the way that it generates. Right now, the map really doesn't. There's a lot, like, you know, certain zones don't really make sense. Wind doesn't really make sense. Rain and weather doesn't really make sense. Didn't they hire a few devs to help? No, they hired one dev, and that's how many devs they're hiring, from what I can tell. So, as an example, when you load in your map, and all you can see is your wagon, the game is currently loading all of the cavern layers in every single one of the 200-something Z levels on your map. The game is processing and following them and paying attention to them, right? The map rewrite will remove that so that the game only instead loads what you're looking at, which is a much more modern way of doing things, which makes a lot more logical sense, which currently doesn't make a lot of sense the way it does it. And I'm looking forward to that. Very much so. Very, 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 very much so looking forward to that. Because it's going to allow us to have things like, instead of sending out a raiding party, and then they go off and then you read about what happened, you'll send out a raiding party and you'll get to watch them fight. Or potentially control the fight. It'll also allow for things like the theoretical possibility, we don't know if this is actually going to make it into the game or not, of instead of just having your one tiny little playfield, very few of you probably have played Adventure Mode, but Adventure Mode literally turns this into a seamless open world with no load screens. Theoretically, we might just be able to have a seamless world with no load screens. What Wanderlust said, yes. When does that come out? When they make it. And that's how Dwarf Fortress works with everything. When they make it. But those are what they're pointing at and planning for. It basically becomes Skyrim. I used to be an adventurer like you, but then I took an arrow to the knee, except if you take an arrow to the knee, you literally have one leg for the rest of your life. Good luck. Remember the estimated time? Time is relative? Yes. Well, I guess the question is, like, what would you prefer they work on right now? Is, like, crash fixes and issues with this current version of the game, or start working on new features? Because I want them to start working on new features, but they also really should make the game crash less. Because this particular version of the game is particularly crashy. And that's not good. Asmog Black has been laid to rest. So, you know. Which tore a ligament in the muscle and severed my artery in my knee. And then the creature grabbed me by my left ear. Cool. Another ghost has been laid to rest. So, you know, it's at the end of the day, like, Dwarf Fortress is a product of... So this is an old game in very, very, very many ways. And shook me by the ear, which sent my ear sailing off in an arc. Something, something. It was horrible. The whole thing. Yeah, it'll be fine. All right, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to make about like 4 of these different connecting points. See, yeah, chat gets it. Chat gets it. It was inevitable. And that is, you know, like the true ending of every single Dwarf Fortress story. It was inevitable. Just like, why did Blind time out that person earlier? Well, obviously it was inevitable. I don't know if this is going to go fast enough, so we'll just build 1 set of rollers, and then we'll build a second set of rollers if it doesn't go fast enough. It might also go too fast. Aegis, what kind of dwarf would you like? Dwarf Fortress has been Thanosing. Actually, no, Thanos has probably been Thanosing longer than Dwarf Fortress has been Thanosing. It was inevitable has been in Dwarf Fortress as long as I can remember, so. We have 1 miner available. We have some woodworkers. We have some crafts dwarves, some weavers, plenty of cooks and farmers due to the massive Cooks Guild. A mechanic, or rather a pump operator, the very popular pump operators, several swords masters, and of course I could add more dwarves to swords masters if you'd like a different flavor of sword master. We also have children. A bearded child, happy or pissed? Well, actually, no, the pissed one is not bearded. Happy or less happy? Because those are your options. We got happy or less happy, or less happy. The happiest? Well, the happiest is taken, so I can give you this baby. We'll give you the baby. You're being carried by Mumsy still. That's Aegis. Aegis. There we go. BB. Yes. So Aegis, has no confidence at all in his talents and abilities, and is not careful with resources when working on projects. Well, in his defense, he hasn't turned 1 yet. So, and that's also why he's recovers slowly, his wasteful disdains nature, is patient, and has poor intuition. This is a baby right now. He is not careful with his resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort. He finds humor in most situations, giggle, 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 and is confident under pressure. Does not generally respond to emotional appeals. Baby, why would you do this? I love you. Bada. And he has a greedy streak. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, generally mom, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. Wah! Does not often feel lustful. Well, yeah, he's a baby. And tends to hold on to grievances. Considers what others think of him, and is quite ambitious. But he needs alcohol to get through the working day, like any good dwarf, and really wants a drink. Mom, give your kid a drink. What the fuck? He personally has a deep dislike of the natural world, respects the law, and sees competition as reasonably important, and dreams of mastering his skill. He likes Realgar Copper and Amber Opal, and Spore Tree Wood and Aardvark Tooth, and Giant Armadillo Shell in my headcanon. These are just the things that Mom has given him so far. The color Black Tetrahedra, Agate, Grates, and Bracelets and Buckets, and Sparrows for their dust baths? Hold on a second. Sparrow dust bath. How and why birds take dust baths? Birders who see a bird flapping frantically in the dirt may be at first startled or alarmed by this erratic motion and crazy posture and cloud of dust. The bird is raising. The bird is simply taking a dust bath. However, it is not in distress in any way. But why do birds do this? Huh! Well, I just learned something about birds. Thanks, Dwarf Fort. I will leave that article up for later. Anyway, prefers to consume giant flying squirrel, that's oddly specific, and lobster and cave lobster, and pendant amaranth beer, and foxtail mullet flower, and absolutely hates purring maggots. I would too if I was a baby, to be honest. They seem kind of terrifying. You're amused remembering watching a performance, and grouchy when caught in the rain. Hashtag bird facts. Cheer 1 bit to get another bird fact. Please don't do that. I will not actually read another bird fact. Okay. Sorry, I already minimized the tab, and I don't really feel like opening it up again. He forgot to assign a sheriff and a captain of the guard for a bit, and went off on a beating spree. And now your fort is covered with teeth. Can I trash them? What's the best way to clean up without pissing everyone off? Make a atom smasher and a refuse pile, and just dump the shit in the refuse pile. Why are your rooms on small hills? Because I think they look cool, and there's more rooms underneath them. I don't know. I like the way they look. The night mode feature is available on 2011 model frogs. Newer, enabling parallel lock for future is advised. Just a reference. They do not text to speech unless you cheer 100 bits. But thanks for the penny. Okay. Throw these into these rooms so that those socks get put away. Also, I probably need more rooms, because the population has gone up quite a bit. Okay, there's one more that I'm missing. There we go. Let's see, how many dwarves still need bedrooms? Quite a few. How about filling the cavity with water and making bridges? How about I focus on finishing my defenses so that I can turn enemies back on, and then we'll worry about making the fort look pretty? Honestly, like this, there's plenty of cool ideas. Lots and lots of cool ideas even. But I need to, like, you know, I have a fort first. This isn't Caves of Cud currently. So, yeah, those jokes wouldn't be relevant. Ruby Squeakbird, thank you very much for the 2nd month of subscription. Cheers. Welcome back. And Orange, thanks for the $1. Frog is not a means of transport? Not with that attitude. All right, so stop number 1. Boop. We don't need anything loaded on it. Kick it when it's at least 0. Or when empty of desired items. When full of desired items, because I don't actually want anything in there right now. And then that steel minecart. Then I need to make the lava flow. And then I need actually 2 more levers, I think. Lever and lever. Left and right. Sound of TTS is muted, do you think? It might be. Hold on. That or it's just really delayed. Enabled. 100 bits. Volume maximum. Nope, it's on.
Let's take a lovely fruit, tomato. Remove everything that's good from it. The seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it. And just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Let me try this bits again. Because they should be invisible. Made them visible again. Because I don't want an actual, like, oh, here is the thing I can do. Do this. This is the easy way of doing it. Let's try Orange's round again.
Tip 2890. Do not ride frog. Frog is not a means of transport.
There you go. Did you guys hear it that time? Because I heard it both times. Still way too low. I'm not turning it up. For whatever it's worth. So I don't really care if it's too low, but I'm not turning it up. Anyway, I mean, it worked both times, but... also, Halvarus, or Halvarus? Thank you very much for the tier 1. Oh, hey, the game's saving. There's no hotkey for removing furniture? No, currently, and that needs to be improved. There's no convenient, quick, and easy way of deleting a lot of furniture, unfortunately. How can you put it back? F12 or F11? It's one of the two. Well, thanks for watching, Halibus. Is your name like Halibut but with a vus at the end? Because that's how my brain reads it. You know, sometimes when I'm like worrying about volume levels on things, I think back to that famous Total Biscuit quote where he says, "You can't hear my audio? Get better headphones." Like, I kind of feel that sometimes. Like on a spiritual level. Let's do... that over to there. That over to there. This goes down 1, which means I can just channel that out. So if I do this wrong, this is just gonna like blow people up. So I need to be pretty careful about when I actually press the fire button. All right, Reminds me of the Soulja Boy Twitch clip. I try my best to forget Soulja Boy exists, and he does a very good job of making himself very forgettable, so. I don't know what you're constructing, but we're gonna follow this dwarf while they construct a thing. I'm gonna go check something. I will be back in a momente. Although we are real close to hype train if like 2 people sub with Prime in the next minute. BRB.
Tap tap. Is this thing on?
I was gonna
Check
say
1,
what
2. Sibilance. Sibilance.
what's Soulja Boy been
rain
doing?
in Spain
Scamming
falls
people with
mainly on the
AliExpress
plain.
products mostly. Streaming on Twitch and getting banned for saying insensitive things temporarily and then getting really mad at Twitch and then getting banned on YouTube and then coming back to Twitch. I'm pretty sure that's all he's been up to. But I was unaware that he made a second round of crappy consoles. Also, Claiborne, thanks for the $1. All right. Gabbro mechanisms, just making sure all of these are made out of... Actually, was this even the right lever? Okay, no. You, the one on the right, you go to this side. Lava right. And this will then will be a lava left. He had a hit song in the early 2000s. Let's leave it at that. Yep, that's about it. And has since proven that he has absolutely no idea how to handle his money, which is the case for many people who got wealthy really quickly with minimal brain cells required. Let's drop down to here. No. I don't actually want you to remove those stairs. I want to go around the edge and remove these trees, actually. I don't know what they changed with the tree code, but trees are very different. Ironically, you want to know why save compatibility was broken between this version of Dwarf Fortress and like older versions of Dwarf Fortress? Literally the trees, and they never really explained why. They just said, yeah, we changed the code with trees, and so saves aren't compatible. I thought about making that joke, but I decided not to, Grunty. And the trees do a lot of weird things in this version of the game. Thanks for the little bit, Budgie. Long story short, like, trees will, like, suspend other trees now in mid-air when you chop them down, which is what causes all of the tree crashing. Like, that's new. Trees, like, forbidding constructions and making constructions disappear when they grow is also a new thing. I've had people, like, build over top of trees and then it causes buildings to collapse, which also seems to be, like, a new quirk. There's a lot of weird quirks with trees now. Yeah, no, definitely. Like, cutting trees down used to be a pretty safe practice, and now it's, like, weirdly dangerous. it's these ones that I'm gonna have to fill in holes in the ground, I think. Sounds like Revenge of the Elves. I think it's Revenge of the Absent-Minded Revenge of the Absent-Minded Programming. It had to do with how branching and branches would work and are generated now. Yeah, I am very similar. Suspect. Cooler. I doesn't change the fact that I think it's hilarious. I don't know what type of block I made these out of. Diorite? Okay. Die, all right. The weird pear tree graft you had in the... Oh, yeah, no, totally. Like the fact... And also trees grow upside down now for some reason. I like to think that trees grow upside down now because they're planning some weird underworld shenanigans, but I don't think that's actually true. I think trees just grow upside down now for some reason. You mean like axe skill, like military? I don't think so, but I might be wrong. I don't actually know. I assume not. In this game, programming is hard. Also, file compatibility is very hard. You spent 5 years trying to retrofit file compat into a big commercial product. No, I completely understand that file compatibility is hard. It's just this is the first version of Dwarf Fortress since like 2014 that hasn't had file compatibility between versions. Speaking of trees falling, you okay there? Vervolts, you good? Seems like it. It's just a flesh wound? I think it's just a dust inhalation problem. The fun part is, in order to test this, I'm literally going to have to launch a minecart at terminal velocity directly at my own fort. I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be fun. You just found out that you have 11,000 muscles? Don't we all? Maybe it trains dodging. Well, I mean, like, mining trains strength, but it doesn't train like wrestling. If this isn't peak Dwarf Fortress, then I don't know what is. I mean, I agree. You think trees are a bit too dangerous at the moment? You want to hear about dangerous trees? I could tell you about the strange exploding trees that we were having. Maybe even lower change for danger, a bit for better cutters. With increased growth, it's very easy to get dangerous for overlapping. Yeah, no, the fact that like collapsed trees are supported by other trees now is a little bit absurd. I don't know if you were there for that, Captain Walmart, but yeah, we had weird hybrid trees growing inverted, which was interesting. Which, for whatever it's worth, I did send that save over to Putnam, and so they've had a look at it. So, ideally, that'll get fixed. Can lava melt and burn doors? Wooden ones, yes. Or at least they used to. Although doors are like weirdly invulnerable now, so actually I don't know if I could safely answer that question yes or no, because I don't know. Because it used to be yes. Currently, A lot of, like I said, a lot of stuff is weirdly invulnerable right now, and that shouldn't be. But not like non-wooden doors don't burn. I can tell you that for sure. In my lava duct, yes, but it's made of a lava-safe material. It's made of iron. Did I not hook up? Triggered that one? Now we did. Did I only do 2 on either side? Am I really that dumb? I can't. Not that one. Okay. Well, anyway, just waiting for the one more there to get connected. Then we gotta open it. What are we doing? What are we up to today? Science. Well, sort of science. Pseudoscience, shall we say. Pseudoscience. We are seeing how fast I can make a minecart go. About macros on YouTube? I don't. It's literally just turn on keyboard control, Chaos Painter. And they have to be done in keyboard control, and then hit Control R on your keyboard. Build the macro that you want on your keyboard, and then when you're done recording, hit Control R a second time, and then select your cursor in a placement where you want to start it again, and then hit Control P. But just make sure that your keyboard is in exactly the same state that it was in when you started recording. If you already had a UI element open, make sure that UI element is open as an example. One of my cooks has been possessed. Let's follow them around. They're probably going to go for a masonry shop if I had to guess. Nope, clothers. They grab a llama wool cloth. I'm not hitting my dwarves with anything. We're going to lock the door first. Wanderlust, thank you very much for gifting a dwarf. Who are we gifting a dwarf to today? Cutest ghost, hello! How is things? My good friend. Even though she's not here at the moment? What kind of dwarf does Putnam get? Cave dragon or surface dragon? Jerry Gord? In order for minecarts to work in burrows, they have to pass through the burrows, or do they... You know, I've never tested that. I mean, it depends on if the dwarf is following the minecart, I would say. Like, I don't think a gliding route would work. Surface dragon? Ooh, you got a flamethrower then. Engineer? I just have a pump operator right now. That's available. That's a really pissed off peasant. Why are you so mad? Constantly ablaze with feelings of lust, hey? Uh-oh. Game. There we go. You're 18 years old. Oh, that's why you're pissed. Being unable to find somebody in charge to cry on. Oh. People in charge are too busy. I need to make shields and goblets. Hold up. Putnam is a she, yes. All right, so... Wood cutting's too dangerous, I would say.
Me. Goes to pause the vid. Then remembers wrong platform for that. Thanks for the cool YT vids.
I mean, you could pause the stream, you just might miss stuff, Shrouded Shadow. But thank you very much for the $1, and thanks for the kind words. I mean, you could just go with a planter, planting seeds of better code. She sounds like the TikTok voice. Stop watching TikTok. This seems like a you problem. Looking for a dwarf who's happy. Who's a happy cook? Cooking up good code? Could go for that. Got haunted by the dead once. No, we're going with this, Grunty. She personally sees others as selfish and conniving, and is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture and appearance, and is very stubborn. She is very polite and observes appropriate rules of decorum when possible. She does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, and generally prefers to present herself modestly, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and likes to take it easy. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and can sometimes... Migrants arrived. Well, that's good. And can sometimes act without she can sometimes act with little determination and confidence, and can sometimes act without deliberation. Those are hard sentences to follow each other. Occasionally overindulges and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't personally care about art one way or another, and doesn't see cooperation as value, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, and dreams of mastering a skill. Likes tetrahedrite, black bronze, and yellow sespertine, and linen paper. The color green-yellow. Crossbows and shields, and backpacks and grates, and cougarmen for their cunning. And rami plants for their useful stems, and the sound of the amethyst rhythm, and the sight of the scintillating silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume hornbill and guava wine, and coconuts, and absolutely hates snails. You never used TikTok? It's a trauma for having relatives who watch TikTok? Stop having relatives. Seems like a... I understand what you mean. I'm sorry. I'm just here solving all of your problems. Not really. Just kill. Exactly. Stop having relatives. Jesus. You can't have relatives who watch TikTok if you have no relatives. I mean, sheesh. I like cougar women for their cunning. Subtract relatives, solve issue. Problem solved. It's just basic maths. You know maths, you're smart. I'm trying to be funny, and it's probably not working. Yeah, I'll be honest. They changed the voice for the text-to-speech lady on Streamlabs, and I'm not a big fan. I like the old one more. Streamer says, kill your relative. Streamer never said anything of the sort. This is slander. I am made deeply uncomfortable by things that my chat is saying currently right now, and I have no control over them. I don't live here. I'm being held hostage. All of this is a joke. Don't actually, like, send help, because I don't need help. I'm good. It's breaking news. Twitch streamer encourages kids to kill their parents. Well, I mean... has been a weird stream today. Why are your powers so inconsistent? Not a fan. Guess we build another water wheel. This is the weirdest stream you've been to date. I don't even know what's up, man. Like, I'm in a perfectly fine mood. I think that one rambunctious person in chat earlier just kind of like got me on a weird foot, and chat's just being weird now. And it happens sometimes. When you have, 450 people in a room all babbling about something, the world gets strange quickly, which is why some Twitch chats get weird. What are we doing? You had a criminal skulking about on the map and he fought the gecko long enough so I could close the gates. Well, that's good. Goose on the loose? There's always a loose goose in my fort. Come on. If there isn't a loose goose, are you even playing Dwarf Fort? Because I don't think you are. I need this power to be slightly more consistent. You blame it all on the rat urine? Here's the thing. I've told that story many times, and it's like a completely true, accurate story. It's a very real thing that happened. And it's never caused this before. So I don't know if I'd necessarily blame that story. So here's the thing, right? YouTube's about 5 days behind. YouTube is quite a bit, well, actually not about 5. It's a little bit more caught up right now. It's about 3 days behind right now. Don't worry about it, Azrael. Don't worry about it. It's over now. We're not talking about that subject anymore. Nor do you want to know. That's probably wise, yeah. Yeah, the paying for dwarves thing was me listening to chat when I shouldn't have. Chat insisted that they wanted it, and then I added it as a thing, and then chat immediately got mad at me for adding it because other people were around, and it's like, you know what? This was a bad idea. I should just keep the dwarves a lottery and move on with my life. Which is what I'm doing. Wow, Kyra Asylum. Damn. Big wins. Definitely watching the VOD now. There was one time somebody actually got genuinely nervous that the tickets in my bot was actually a cryptocurrency thing because my bot's named, like, Calcium Crypt. They're like, this isn't a cryptocurrency thing, is it? And I'm like, I would get banned from Twitch if it was, right? It's like, just making that completely clear right now. Always listen and chat. Streamer, always listen, chat, and never listen, chat. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, chat does have good ideas sometimes. Sometimes. Yeah, it's like you and Cold-Blooded Claiborne. I'm pretty sure it was you and Cold-Blooded. Mm-hmm. Together, you guys create the one hive mind entity known as Twitch chat. So essentially what I'm building right now, just for reference, is the lava is going to come up here. It's going to flow along here, and it's going to be redirectable in 2 directions, either left or right here. If it goes left, it's going to go straight down through here, through these grates, and then down into here, and then flow off the map, right? But the idea is I can kick this minecart into these rollers, which are fully powered, that are going to make it go vroom as fast as it can, straight through here, catch the lava on these 2 tiles in it, and then immediately throw the lava out. I've built these before that have worked, but I've never built one exactly like this, so I don't actually know if this is going to work. Llama wool shoe. One of a kind. How crypto is still legal at all is kind of amazing. Yeah. What happens to the minecart after it hits the fortification? It doesn't phase through. It shouldn't. It should just collide with the fortification and send whatever's in it flying out. To kick more carts into for bigger sieges? I can, if this works. The initial test run is just a test run, though. Does a complete strange mood guarantee that they become legendary or something? Depends on the strange mood. If it's a possession, they don't become legendary. If it's a white one, like if it's a fae or one of the other moods, whichever the white ones are, then they become legendary.
Month of chill streams and informational videos.
Cheers, Fisk. Means a lot. Well, let's read about this artifact. It's not made by a dwarf that I particularly care about, but that name is a mouthful. This is Railmezodost Minbazalenet. This is a llama wool shoe. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned magnetite cabochons and made from llama wool. And this object is adorned with hanging rings of steel and pig leather and menaces with spikes of llama wool and brown zircon and steel. On the item is an image of a radiant cut gem and peach wood. That is quite the shoe. What is Vote Gremlin? VoteGremlin.com. I think it's still a .com, right? Obviously, you should vote Gremlin. Because why else would you vote for any other mayoral candidate for your fortress, aside from a Gremlin? Gremlin for mayor. So first test. I want them to just kick it. Just see where it goes and how fast it goes. No, you haven't been usurped, Gobsnack. You're actually still the mayor at this fort. I'm also curious as to which direction it's going to go. I'm not sure if it's just going to go the right direction or if I need to make a second stop. This is all marble. And then the top is rock salt. And it's viable to do whatever you want if you commit hard enough. Okay, that's what I thought. So in order to make this work, what I have to do is I have to go stop 1, stop 2. Stop 1 is push. Stop 2 is, well, kick. When you accidentally make gold. Oh, Geldall Mills instead of a, yeah, no, I've definitely clicked the wrong. I very rarely accidentally geld all of a particular type of animal. Usually what I accidentally do is mark them all as butcher or pet instead of geld. Like I just clicked the wrong button. Okay, let's see if this works. Not going fast enough. Not even close to fast enough. Probably because of the speed inconsistencies on this thing. All right, so what we're gonna have to do now is I'm just gonna pause this. And with you. So what I might have to do actually Just power this some other way. Oh, wait, never mind. This actually isn't connected yet. Get this unsuspended. The problem is power is kind of inconsistent right now on this thing. No, the problem is the rollers keep turning into brakes because they're not actually going fast enough. That's the issue. And this one isn't going to help much. So kind of, okay, here's option B. Screw the water wheels. We'll use the water wheels for the pumps. That's fine. Let's go up top and place some windmills up here. Option B. Use a red minecart. Is there a red metal that is lava safe? Because it has to be lava safe. Otherwise, it ain't going to work. Although, I get it, though. Red make it go faster. I do understand what you're suggesting. But, unfortunately, it just straight up won't work. Just gonna dig on either side of this. Oh, wrong tool. Won't outrun the lava. Here's the thing, though. If it goes too fast, then it won't actually catch the lava. Also, Ferraris aren't that fast. Come on. I've seen them firing their team principle. What kind of dwarf do you want, Loamshag? How did you not get it first? Please don't make this into another let's complain about not getting the dwarf thing. It's a bullshit lottery that has very little chance of actually succeeding. It's an imperfect setup. No, I'm not going to let you pay for dwarves again. End of subject. Sorry, it's not perfect. A bookkeeper? I think my bookkeeper's taken right now. Yeah, bookkeeper's currently taken. Although I could assign a different bookkeeper because my manager and bookkeeper are two different jobs, are currently the same person. Do you have preference of beard or no beard? ZK. Or Loamshag. My pick? All right, time to find you a new chair. Because I think, yeah, that's the manager's office right now. The record keeper can have a single tile office right here. And wherever record bookkeeper is. There you are. So now I just need to find the dwarf. Watch them be pissed. No, decently happy. Those are gold coppered. Those are gold tables, not copper tables. Because we've got quite a bit of gold in this fort. Takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance. And is very humble. And tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. And tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. Is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. And he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He is a friendly individual and a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He keeps his voice very quiet and when he's nervous and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally respects the development of his skill and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes brass, shell opal, coral, and the colored chocolate, mountains and picks, and leggings and chains, and the sound of the scintillating deserts, and when possible prefers to consume durian wine and quinoa flour, and hates brown recluse spiders. Also, you're 68 years old. Next year you'll be nice. You're not nice yet, though. Trying to figure out what exactly... You know, it's probably this one that's causing the problem. Let's just, like, nuke these and see if... I need less power that's more steady. Problem is we're also powering these pumps with this. Which is, suboptimal, but... No, it's the depth. It's got nothing to do with pressure. It's got everything to do with depth. And as you can see, it's getting a little bit too shallow up here, around where this one is. So that's causing the power to, and instead of move consistently, it's causing it to dip below, which it can't. So what I might do is maybe widen this. That might do it. No, that doesn't seem to be helping. It's just breaking the whole system. All right, well, I will rebuild one of those. I will just use windmills instead. That's fine. I don't generally like using windmills, but we're going to use windmills. They are pretty. Tillier had a point yesterday. They are, in fact, pretty. I don't have a brook on this map. There is no river or stream on this map. So there's nothing to redirect. But you could, in fact, redirect a brook if you had one. I just don't have one. So that would make it mighty difficult. That's what I'm using. Gobsnack. All right, let's just go up here and use this. 20 power, 40 power, 40 power. Oh, cool. 40 power in each of these. Assuming I can reach that. If I just do one tile of overhang around the edge, it'll be safe. I'll just have to keep the baddies off of it. Marble. Salt. That's what I need. Salt. Brain, think salt. Salt, salt, salt. We've had plenty of it today. I should know this. I just don't want things climbing the edges of this. All right. Unsuspend construction. I mean, how much power does this thing even need? Deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. And deconstruct that. Deconstruct this. Deconstruct this. Deconstruct this. Deconstruct that. Building higher increases wind power? No. No, it doesn't. But removing access to wind decreases wind power. The maximum amount of power one of these can generate is 40, I think. So they're already at max. Windmills just kind of suck. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in chat right now. What's the deal with some dwarves hoarding food in their rooms? They claim it as an item and then they put it in their room. It's just normal dwarven behavior. Behavior? Behavior. Seeing what else I've missed, because I've definitely missed stuff. Speaking of rude, high tropic communist. Windmills, big fan. Definitely a big fan. It's one thing that they are for fact. So this is 86 powers. 86 powers? Words. Can frogs be venomous? In Dwarf Fort? Not outside of Forgotten Beasts, no. I don't think any of the I don't think vermin have any effect, really. When they allow me to zoom in and out in ASCII, Despero. The issue is I can't play in ASCII currently because I can't zoom in and out. As soon as I can zoom in and out, it'll return. I would like to bring it back, but it's kind of me making a point, actually. It's like, I would really like to play or re-enable my ASCII redeem. But in order to re-enable my ASCII redeem, I need to be able to see what I'm doing. It's too small. You can't zoom. Like if I turn this on, can't zoom. It's too zoomed out. Well, I mean, you can have your symbols on your own time currently, Despero. I really like ASCII, and I would really like to play again in ASCII, but currently I can't see. Well, you can't change the font in ASCII right now. ASCII is very much like not ready for public consumption as far as I'm concerned, because it's missing a lot of things that it needs. Yeah, no, I agree, Azrael. Yeah, no, the scaling can make the game kind of messy looking. Wasn't your power required 80? Oh, I know why. Because you had gears connected. You know what? Let's just do this. Let's just make my life a lot easier. I mean, not actually easier, but... Oh, I understand why things are moving underneath that. I don't need this done. Let's place you. Oh, can I not place you up here? Gosh darn it. Okay, fine. Fine game be that way. Ruin my aesthetical design. Actually, what I could do is this. Oh, that's a wall. Okay, so what I could do is I could deconstruct that. Well, deconstruct that and that as well. Build a little side thingy here. Build a gear down at the bottom. Deconstruct you. Assuming that it works this way? We'll see if it works this way. I'm going to do some science. I don't actually know how these work now. And if I were to do it this way, then I don't actually need to deconstruct these. Let's just see if I can remove this floor from underneath this guy. Build it on top. Rollers don't cooperate as much as one would hope. They work exactly the same way they've always worked. I'm not too concerned about them working. It's just a matter of getting them powered. No, I know what you mean. I'm just trying it this way, Renty. And it'll be fine if it works this way. But I want to be able to turn it on and off with a lever. And it won't work that way. Because it'll fall if I detach it above ground, if it's not supported by rollers. Should be a gear right there, yep. So in short, I need it to be supported by rollers. Otherwise, my current setup would break the whole thing when I turn it off. Or maybe not the whole thing, but at the very least that gear, so I'd have to replace the gear every time, which would just be a pain. Also, god damn it, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be fun. Tomorrow's going to be a whole lot of fun. So you have a bunch of barons wandering on your map, and they're not in your fort, and they came in when the queen joined you, but they won't stay in the fort. Are they, like, if you hit the nobles screen, are they showing up as nobles? I like the color of oak logs on these. Looks quite nice. Nope. Well, then they're just visitors. They're not actually a part of your fort. Oh, Dwarf Fortress is thinking. There we go. Dwarf Fortress is now done thinking. Am I going to scream before the interview? I scream every day. Every single time. The second I wake up, my alarm goes off and I just go, ah! For about 40 seconds. And then I roll out of bed and I start my day. So, of course I will scream before chat. Will I stream before the interview? Yeah, it'll be like, it'll start at normal time, and we'll stream up until the interview, and then swap. That's fine. Common typo. It's just, I'm still alive, damn it! Yeah, no, absolutely, I will be streaming up until the interview. We will be hanging out, doing the normal thing. Generally, the way it works is I stream right up until the interview, because I've done quite a few of these, right? Stream right up until we begin, and then at the actual start time, I then basically mute all notifications and stream the thing. Should be fun. Making up with the customary, life is pain! And I still live here! Yeah, I don't know. My life's not that bad. My life's pretty okay, but I am screaming right now. The question is, do I get ice cream afterwards? The Apple product that they're too afraid to make. All right, let's see. Total power. Total power needed. All right, so it doesn't connect that way. Well, that's a shame. I guess I have to do this in a way I don't want to do this. Actually, you know what I could do? I could do two side by side. That's what we could do. No, it'll still drop. God damn it. I don't have a way of like, oh well. That's a shame. Yes, Pacific time. I'm in Vancouver. I'm actually in the same time zone as Zach and Tarn. They're just south across the border. Yeah, that's a huge feature from this version, that they transfer power horizontally. They never did that before. I'm just gonna need to rebuild this so I can put that hole in the back in the floor. I could just put a gear assembly right here and then a gear assembly right there, and that should hold it. They actually used to do that in ASCII, and I guess still do that in ASCII. They turn with the wind. They, like, will spin around and face in a different direction based on the direction of the wind. So they could go diagonally, direct, and vertical. Do minecarts affect performance? Nothing really affects performance except for having too much shit and having too many places for your dwarves to path. Like, not nothing. I mean, everything affects performance. Every single entity on the map affects performance. But what really affects performance is pathing. There's wind directions. Yes, this game tracks wind directions. There's also wind speeds. Yeah, it's pretty hard to notice in ASCII. You really have to be paying attention, but... Actually, can I just... Okay, I can just make you hang off there. We'll just do it that way then. But it will... I have no way of connecting it to anything. It will just fall if I connect it to something. Kind of curious if this is going to all turn to steam when lava runs underneath it. It might. Science! Fusty McCrusty. Fallen into depression. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Relatable indeed, yeah. I mean, they did want a dwarf that was likely to die soon, so. Book logs. The weather in DF is almost as accurate as a climatologist models. What's funny is it has absolutely no effect on the game. It's like, is it accurate? Yes. Does it have any effect on the game whatsoever? No? Not really? Except for World Gen stuff. Yeah, well, we're going to do a no ammo fire first, and then we're going to see... And if it's going what looks like fast enough, then we'll try firing it through lava. The problem is we're not going to be able to collect... And this is a problem of this design. I'm not going to be able to collect the minecart. Currently. Although maybe we could come up with some sort of system where... Yeah, I'm currently not going to be able to collect the minecart. This is a current design flaw with this setup. I'm not going to be able to collect the minecart. So we're only going to get one shot currently, unless I redesign this a bit, which I might. But for right now, not going to be able to collect the minecart. All dwarven constructions are indestructible. Punch it, witch. Can't I just close the floodgates at the top? Yeah, but that'll take a second. Okay, I know this isn't working. These aren't powered. That's a shame. So I literally need to have this like right next to it. All right, well, back to plan A, I suppose. Like... It says in the thing, 2 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, I can see when the ads are over. Like, I have, like, a thingy on my dashboard, Wiz. It says right there, 2 p.m. Pacific. It might not say in the title. I may have run out of characters. I can't remember. You can't see it on mobile. Oh, yeah. I forget that mobile exists. I'm like kind of a bad person like that, but I do actually forget that people watch Twitch on mobile. Nobody's perfect, I suppose. Only need the one, really. You moderate from mobile? Blink, 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 blink. Really? I'm so sorry. Insert Drew Scandaling blinking face here. All right, let's do rock salt. Wait, are all of my mods moderating from mobile? Like everybody except for maybe Animal? Well, definitely on like the Fortnite area of Twitch for sure. Wiz. Actually, chat, are you watching on a phone or on PC? I'm just kind of curious about the current people watching the stream right now. At this exact moment, are you watching on a phone or are you watching on PC? Chrome's a PC, basically. Or Chromebook. Okay, so like it is majority PC then. There's a few people on phone. I'm sorry for those of you on phone. I'm sure my long titles don't help either. Smart TV. You're just like, I'm the rebel. You want to see me in HD? I used to stream at 1080-60, but my computer really wasn't fast enough for it. So now I stream at 1080-30. Whenever I do watch on mobile, I primarily use voice to text, though, for chat, which does pause streams, but got me on a 60-inch TV. Trying to like think of a joke related to a 60-inch TV, like, but I can't think of anything. Hey, Thanos, stop removing your nickname. We've been over this before. Getting there. So this is generating 100 power. These use 5 each, so that'll be 15 power. And this needs 67 to function. So we should be good. Should be good. Problem is this is a humongously terrible vulnerability for the fort now, which I'm not a huge fan of. But, you know, is what it is. The windmills, yeah. Because anything could just climb down and into the fort here. And there's nothing I can do about it. So basically, encase it in a box. Looks awful, though. Pretty much all I really can do. But it's still in a... Don't they destroy them first, though? Doesn't matter, then suddenly my railgun don't work. And flying enemies can still get through. Like, it's... I don't know. I don't like using windmills for this reason. You guys are discovering why I don't like windmills. Because they are a safety liability for the whole fort. I'm just not a fan of them. And then when you build them into a box, I just think they look ugly. But... Flying building destroyers are rare? Okay. What part of it's a safety liability do you not understand? I don't care if they're rare. You know, if it can happen, it's a liability. That is the definition of liability. It's still a liability. My statement still stands. You're trying to cope. Well, best of luck, I suppose. Dwarves don't know the meaning of safety? Yeah, I guess I am building a railgun that's going to shoot minecarts directly at my fortress. But, you know, like, don't worry about it. Fine. So is this thing powered yet? Yes. All right, so now that the thing is powered, I'm going to ask the dwarves nicely why this keeps getting suspended. Okay, now you're getting constructed. Now you're getting constructed. Okay. Well, I'm just going to let the dwarves finish constructing this. And I suppose I could turn on the lava flow. Time to turn on the spicy water. I'm getting flying destroyers? I mean, I'm not surprised. It is Dwarf Fort, after all. Any reliable method of getting caged goblins into minecarts so that they be out into Valhalla? Into minecarts? I would just put the whole cage into the minecart. Well, it's a little bit ambitious with the flow speed. This is fine. I think I should turn it off. What do you think, chat? I mean, it will drain. Was that supposed to happen? No. The easy way of putting it. So I should have drained it the other way first, I think. Actually. Not everything, just a few logs. It's fine. All right, I'm going to give the dwarves an alternate way in and out of the fort. I think I made those out of gabbro. Gonna get a little Bernie in here in a minute. Okay, it is draining now. It's fine. Actually, this is kind of a good thing. It's gonna make the surface less of a problem. Now it's like spilling out the side here. That's hilarious. Hey, look, obsidian. Magical. Well, the whole surface is going to burn down, though. And we have an alternate way in and out of the fort. So, are you going to stop flowing? Okay, so bad news is it destroyed the rollers for the track. Good news is it's draining. Good news is it's actually working as intended. So if I just like wait, in theory, this problem should fix itself. The excess lava will cool off. This should all cool off. We can rebuild the rollers and it should just work. That's bad though. Did I not put a wall there? All right, we gotta turn this thing off. Okay. Yeah, we did a bit of an oopsie. It's fine! This is what explosive test rounds are for! Now, while we're at it, dwarves, could we please get that lever pulled? Also, we answered a question that you guys asked earlier. Do doors burn down if they're not lava safe? Yes. I think. Unless I just totally forgot to put a door there, which is also possible. Right. Well, anyway, the pumps have stopped. Can we get these closed, please? Please? Please. Burn or melt? I don't know. Why not both? All right, well. I'm gonna go take a piss. I beg your fucking pardon? Well. Okay. Back in a sec. All right, so you see this, chat? See this right here? This is water. Water one tile above this. Let's see if a brave dwarf can be brave enough to run around all of this fire and carve that out. Let's see if we can do that. The secondary option here would be deconstruct this wall, which is even perfect. We'll just do that. This will flow water down here and hopefully just like psss and block this off. Then we can fix it. We can go fix it later. Flood even more? No, we're putting water on lava. What happens when you put water on lava? It stops the lava. That's just basic science. It sizzles, exactly. How you doing, pink fluffy llama? Steam? Well, Dwarf Fortress is released on Steam. If you didn't know. On the bright side, it is flowing off the map, though. And it's also not flowing directly into my fort currently. Sweet. Okay, so now we've got water going up here, which is not quite doing what I need it to do, but that's okay. Okay, let's set this to priority number 1. Anybody brave? Miners, what are you doing? Not mining, clearly. Oh well, this is gonna stop the lava flow, which is good. You can walk up here and get nice mist. Let me just make sure that my miners are still functional. Yes, they are. Okay. Well, maybe that'll wake them up a little bit. Although I don't even... okay, so that stops the lava flowing from that in that direction. So that's one positive here. Missed a dwarf with lava? That'll turn the dwarf into burning something. Okay, well, they canceled the job. There's too much water, probably. There you go. Come on. Come on, dwarf. Get up here. You know you want to. I just want to fix this mild oopsie. You can walk in 3. I know you can. In 20 years, Dwarf Fortress will gerberate the first fully simulated physics universe. Are you okay? Gerberate? Gerberate. All right, so there you go. That sealed the problem. So problem number 1 is solved, and now we just have built-in heating for this portion of the fort. Look at that. We got this awesome little lava trench that'll be there forever now. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with this. Do you see anything wrong with this, chat? If anything, the surface just got cleansed a little lot. I mean, look at all this lovely, lovely burnt ash. I'm actually kind of surprised it stopped burning, to be honest with you. I mean, I see this as a lesson learned. A win? Maybe a stretch. Lesson learned, absolutely. I'm also going to make some iron chains so that when I remake my rollers, they will work in the lava. That is very much a lesson learned. What does my nobles want? More shields? 1 more shield, it looks like? I'll make you 3. It's just 1 large plan to install heated floors. Sure. Yeah, heated floors. Yes, that's definitely what we planned to install. Led up to... Entertainment, right? What's my source of magma? The underground lava pump? We pump it up to here? So I'm curious about something else. Will this bubble up and over if I, Let's find out. Let's turn the spicy water back on. Actually, it's not going to have any power. Never mind. I can't turn it on because it's still burned. I have to rebuild a bunch of axles. Oops. And also, like, dig out a bunch of stuff. Should also probably block this off. Up here, but it's fine. Just let some things drain. Stukos is claimed at Julia's workshop. We'll keep an eye on Stukos. Let's add more lava to the spill. Not directly. That's not my only goal right now. I have other goals. One of them is like, okay, how do I get this water out of here now? I do actually have water in a place I don't want it. Water is fine until it's somewhere you don't want it. And then water is not so fine. Let's just drain some of this. Give it a little bit more space so we can go down in here and block it. I can build on 1. 1 of 7. So once it gets down to 1 of 7, I can build here. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, we could just add some lava to this water to stop the water flow. Yeah, definitely. I like the way you think. Fix a problem with a bigger problem. Let's fucking go. Is this a 6x6? Yeah. Okay, that's 1. Two. And 3. Game? There you go. I was gonna say, why are you not letting me place it? It means absolutely nothing. It's a built-in like mini game for the chat that has no actual value or reason to exist, aside from it's mildly entertaining. That's all it is. There's no mass hysteria. Green Dude, oh wow, it was Green Dude. The Green Dude, the jeweler, has created Evant Nil, a perfect cryosphase, and claims it as a family heirloom. I don't actually know how to pronounce that gem. You created a perfect gem. Look at that. That's my boy. This is a perfect, hold on. How do you pronounce this? Google! Pronounce. Pronunciation. Search for a word. How the... Chrysophrase.
Chrysoprase.
Chrysoprase? I would never have figured that out. All right, so now that I figured that out, chrysoprase. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square-cut chrysoprase. You were thinking chrysoprase? Yeah, you were correct. Praise the Chris. I don't know who Chris is, but apparently we're supposed to praise him. Wild magically, what kind of dwarf would you like? This is going to be a very muddy hallway. Welp. You heard lady voice? Because I use Google voice to text to tell me how to pronounce the thing. This fortress is, in fact, pretty steamy, yes. Just trying to make the water dry up quicker. Green Dude made green jewel. Yep. Mm-hmm. Spicy watermills? I mean, no, they're just watermills that got filled up with spicy rock. Also, did you know that you can freeze mechanisms inside of obsidian? Actually, I wonder if it works. It's inside of an obsidian wall right now. Huh. I really want to know if that still works. That would be dope. That would be like the ultimate big brain strategy to keep your fortress defended. Like, genuinely. Well, this sucks. I'm gonna have to drain this somehow. Guess we'll let them do that. I'll just cancel that one so that they do them one at a time. What are you watching? I'm cleaning up an oopsie. It was a minor one. It's fine. I just accidentally flooded a good chunk of my fort with lava. Maybe not a good chunk of my fort, but a non-trivial amount of my fort. Well, nobody died. So yeah, I'd consider that pretty minor. If people died, it would be very major. That wasn't even an intended pun. That's just me speaking. You call that a win? Can you build a lava wheel? No. They do not work. Many people have been asking recently, and I can confirm that they do not work. All right, dwarves, you've got one job here. That's don't burn yourselves to death. All right, so far so good. Well, I mean, there is one type of wood in the game that is cold enough that it resists the effects of lava. Believe it or not. And it holds its coldness. It's one of the underground mushrooms. Wow, that fills up quick. All the time, yes. I can never remember which one it is. I think it's Nethercap? I think. Do I have to? Maybe I just can't reach it. Okay, so I have to deconstruct all these water wheels and then rebuild them, I think. Nethercap, that's it, yeah. If chat's saying that's right, then yeah, that would be right. I wonder... Let's just deconstruct these. Like a weird artifact of this fortress now. But also kind of hilarious. Not in chat. I'd prefer if you didn't, but you can. The reason I say I prefer if you didn't is it kind of ruins the fun of it, El Duderino. But I also have to give a sub to Wild Mag, or not a sub. I have to give a dwarf to Wild Magically right now because that's what I owe. So, Wild Magically, what kind of dwarf would you like? Just an angry dwarf. Okay. An angry dwarf. Who's angry? Stukos is pretty angry. We'll give you Stukos. Wild Magic. Maggot? Wild Magically is pissed. Very stressed. 18 years old. Well, that's why you're pissed. Quick, chat. Everybody tell El Duderino why you should get a dwarf. Is constantly ablaze with feelings of lust and generally is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this and she dislikes the natural world and takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance. And she is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She tends to consider what others think of her, and she is curious and eager to learn and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She is quick to anger and often feels discouraged and tries to keep her things orderly. She occasionally overindulges and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and exhales sharply when she becomes exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally values artwork and finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes Kesserite and Trifle Pewter and Sard and Bugbat Bone and Giant Snail Parchment and the color Midnight Blue and Battle Axes and Flounders for their strange eyes. And Beet Plants for their edible roots. Now I want to look up Flounder Eyes. And when possible, prefers to consume... What the fuck is that? Coelacanth? And Finger Mullet Beer. And absolutely hates snails. Best of luck. All right, so. El Deuterino, who am I giving a dwarf to? Also, chat, I'd like you guys to know that we currently have 1,969 subs. Nice. Can't fucking see these. They're like invisible. Okay, so that's about as far as you can go. $1969's a good year. It's a summer of 69. Neeks. Okay, so chat, what kind of dwarf does Neeks get? Also, sup, deep. Oh, it's a fish? What is this render? Templar? I have a question. Do you have like a milker fetish or something, Grunty? It's always milkers. Always milkers. It's like you like read Big Milk back in the day on Faku, and that's like all you can think about. Or no, Mega Milk. That was the name of that stupid thing. I'm upset that my brain remembers that. Hour mines? I don't know where the hour is in this, but... You just think our milker should be named? Mm-hmm. But yet you say milker even when we don't have a milker. And there's been several times when we very much have not had one in the fort, and you're like, milker! I'm just trying to dissect your personality here. I mean, I'm not shaming. I'm just confirming. So, chat, I'm going to make it a poll. What kind of dwarf do we give this person? Actually, do I once again, I don't think I have a Gelder. I'm just going to go confirm that we do in fact have a Gelder. Gelder, or I'm not going to do a poll for all of these, by the way. Or peasant. Good luck, chat. Do your best. Games music is pretty good, Tyler one. It's certainly not going to be 3333333, to be clear. Certainly not going to be. Not at this rate, anyway. think it's it's some sort of woodwind. All right, we're naming the milker. We are in fact naming the milker. I have no milking industry whatsoever, so it's gonna go away pretty quick. First milker I see on the list. Goes to Nix. Sentience can't be milked, but dwarven milk does exist. No, it doesn't come from dwarves. Currently asleep in the tavern, creature after my own heart. Very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. Only rarely tries to assert himself into conversation. Is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. He is quick to form negative views about things and is stubborn, likes to brawl, and rarely is happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract and has a calm demeanor and doesn't try to get things done perfectly and tends to avoid crowds. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly in crappy weather. Tapir man milk from a trader? That's because of an old bug. They're not actually milkable, but the way liquids in barrels are shipped to you in the game is game takes barrels and puts random liquids, so it pulls from all of the liquids in the game, which is how legendary screenshots of barrels of gremlin tears show up. Which is also how you get, like, barrels of blood and thing. Like, there is no way to actually get that out of a person and into a thing. You want gremlin tears? You keep getting bee venom? Yep. Yeah, that's also a classic one. I've gotten helmet snake venom, but there's nothing to actually do with them. Anyway, personally holds the view that commerce is a vile obscenity and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes gypsum, black bronze, moss agate, avocado wood, giant sloth bone, the color pale blue, maces, and the words of the meditation of orbs, and the sound of the bewildering silkiness, and the sight of the mellow meadow, and when possible, prefers to consume persimmon wine, and hates brown recluse spiders. You are married to another cook who is alive and well. Welcome to the fort. No, because they won't come out of the barrels. Moogie. There's no way to get them out of the barrels. The game doesn't mechanically account for that, ironically. All right, so. Okay, well we can, I'm gonna get these water wheels building. And once I get these water wheels building, we're then going to do another test run and see how fast it goes. Because we're back to doing test runs now. Although I do need to prep for two things. I need to prep for traders, and I need to prep for more bedrooms, because we've gotten a couple migrant waves. Well, water should flow. I guess that's a benefit. How much avocado? You know, that's always perplexed me. I don't actually know why wood is always listed twice when they like a wood type. I don't actually know why that happens in this game. All right, what am I doing? Testing this. By kicking a statue or any piece of furniture and toppling it in a temple. Susu is how werebeasts are created. It's a god curse. You can read about it in Legends mode. Every single where creature or vampire has defiled a temple at some point. Except for some rare player-known cases of how you can transfer vampirism by forcing them to drink blood. But that is a god curse, essentially. Let's see how fast it go. Or being bit by a were creature, yes. But they asked how they were made, not how the disease was spread. In adventure mode, you can enslave gods as well. By learning their real name. And telling them their real name. Beg your fucking pardon? What just happened? No. Went to there, did you not kick it? Kick it, you lazy twit. Can you become a god? Technically, you can start as a demigod. Lazy dwarf. Gonna need to automate this is what I'm gonna need to do. I don't think it's going fast enough. Gonna need to go down a hill, I think. Like, I can tell you right now, it's not going fast enough. Yeah, we'll just raise it up. We'll put it on a hill, because it's not going anywhere near fast enough. Where do those rollers start? Right there. We'll just get all this deconstructed. Because otherwise, I guarantee you this is not going fast enough. It's a little frustrating, but... 1, 2, 3... Oh, I mean, I can't count right now. That... Hold up. I'm going to be completely honest. Pump the brakes on the milk jokes, chat. Pump the brakes. Cool it off. Slow it down. Not really a huge fan. All right, let's throw all these over here. Marble. Pump the brakes or be timed out. It's your choice. All right. Who else am I nuking? Okay. Who else am I hitting? Anybody else? I asked you guys to stop nicely. Final one? None of these are bans. These are just bops. So they're not actually hurting you in any way. But can we not? I know it was a quote from a song, but I asked you nicely to stop. I asked you nicely. Can we just do anything else? When jokes make me start to feel nauseous, it's time to change the subject. And we've gone beyond that point. So let's just stop, chat. Am I legally blind? Yes. Am I that username? Yes. I don't know what your question is, but I am both of those things. Is it possible to make a beer emote? No. Not without mods, anyway. Have I ever played D&D? Unfortunately, yes. I've had to suffer through several sessions of D&D in my life. If only you could make a Venom moat. With mods, you can. Why suffer? Never enjoyed a single session of D&D in my entire life. This is a very commonly known fact about me. If you stick around, I've never enjoyed D&D. I'm not going to take it away from you. You can play all the D&D you want. I think it's a fascinating rule system. I just don't like playing games like that with other people. Does it matter, Meeks? Many people love D&D. It's quite common that people love it. Good day, Anander. How's things? I really like games that use D&D rule sets, but actually playing D&D, not really my cup of tea. Let's just do these one at a time. For me, it's more specifically tabletop RPGs. I don't really like tabletop RPGs. You liked KOTOR? I never finished it, but the first 3 hours was mildly interesting. Are we talking video games or are we talking... Like, when you say Pathfinder, are you asking me about video games or are you asking me about the tabletop games? I will reiterate, I've never once played a tabletop game with other people that I've enjoyed. I know there's many games out there that run on a D&D system. I like the rule set. I don't like tabletop RPGs with other people. There are plenty of roguelikes I've played over the years that are significantly more obscure, that are way closer to D&D systems that I've enjoyed. Do I want to play a tabletop RPG with other humans? Never. Ever. Would rather never do that again. Did they fix the 3,000 user limit? The game hasn't patched since that discussion, dude. I never really had any interest in the Divinity games, no. Not a huge RPG guy, actually, believe it or not. Have I played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2? I played Baldur's Gate 2 a bajillion years ago. Never played the first one. Played the Neverwinter games. Not the MMO, fortunately. Well, you have fun with that, Nander. Many people enjoy that kind of pastime. I don't understand why people get so weird about me having different taste in games than they do. Like, the entire nerd universe gets weirdly angry when I'm just like, yeah, I don't enjoy playing D&D. I don't enjoy playing tabletop RPGs at all. I've played it with many different groups over the years, over many different attempts, and it's not for me. I don't really like fantasy sports either. All right. Sell them a bunch of gold crowns except for the artifact one if I can find it. Why are you not listed? I have one artifact gold crown. Oh, maybe somebody's running around with it. Odd. Okay, you know what? Let's just do rings instead. You saw it there? Oh, I didn't. It's fine. We swapped to rings. They're about the same value. Oh, true. Sorting by value would actually do it. I always forget that that's an option now. Yeah, that's the one. Koshfokker. Saving it for a queen or a king, whatever gets to the fort first. You were disappointed when you found out fantasy football didn't have anything fun. But yeah, I like the D&D rule set. I think it's excellent for roguelikes, but having to play video games with other people has never been something I've particularly enjoyed. I'm not even like a particularly big, like, co-op game person. It's just not what I like. I used to play MMOs back in the day because my friends liked them, not because I liked them, and it was like the worst decision I ever made for playing games. And I used to try D&D at various points because people I knew enjoyed playing that type of game, and I tried it with various groups, and I even once tried going to a game store and just doing a like one-shot LFG with a supposedly good DM. And I've never enjoyed it. Also, you can encase lava-safe mechanisms in Obsidian, and they appear to still work. Well, that's interesting. I wonder if they can be toppled. Accidental dwarven science. You doubt that's intended? Yeah, I also doubt that's intended, but accidental dwarven science. So you know what we could do, chat? Because we're getting close to my deadline. My deadline is year 250. My deadline is when we hit year 250, I turn enemies back on. What I'm thinking we do is I just do this the easy way. I have a shit ton of lava that I can dump into this area really quickly. Why don't I just block this off, make a walkway around here that's accessible by traders, and then whenever we get sieged, I just burn them. I mean, I'm still working on the railgun. We'll work on the railgun in between sieges. I mean, this is the easy way of the same system, right? So we can go back to having sieges again. And I can just keep working on the railgun in the interim. So what we're going to do is I'm going to actually just queue up a seal for that. Be the Mad King. I don't know if we need to be the Mad King, but... Also, apparently, carts or wagons can't move across these, which is kind of a bummer, but is largely fine. You just want to see a fort reach the circus? I too want to reach the fucking circus, dude. Been trying so hard, getting so far, but in the end, I just, like, be sad. When I say D&D, and when I say I don't like D&D, specifically what I mean is I don't like tabletop RPGs. That is specifically what I mean. It's not the rule set, it's not the lore, it's none of that. I specifically do not enjoy cooperative tabletop RPGs. That's what I mean. Or, you know, non-cooperative or whatever. Did I get the lava railgun to work? Yes. Very much. Super successful. Mm-hmm. No failure. It definitely worked first try. Absolutely. And chat is ecstatic. And we can't wait to turn the whole thing back on. Yep. Definitely. Mm-hmm. Right, chat? Everything works. Flawless success. Railgun is fun. I currently going through a slight redesign, but no, it didn't work. Why are they trying to sell me silver swords? Those are terrible. I mean, it was a kind of success. Saying it was a success is inaccurate. Wolfbone Scepter. People that play D&D don't like it when other people don't like D&D? People are weird and gatekeepy. And people also believe that if if somebody is very impassioned about a hobby, especially if they're used to the, oh wow, this is a really mean way of saying this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. If they're used to the circle jerk of being told by all of their friends that it's amazing, the second somebody is like, I'm not a big fan of that, they get weirdly offended. And it sucks. And I don't know how else to word it. I have no problems with it. You can have as much fun with it as you would like. I just don't want to play it myself. And I think especially when you're used to playing a hobby like Dungeons and Dragons that is used to being, how do I word this? Critiqued? Criticized? No. Attacked? Discounted? Unliked? Mocked? Maybe? I don't know. I think video games are kind of the same way. You know, people who like video games get kind of upset when they realize that their friends don't like video games. Dismissed? Sure. Well, I mean, like, I'm thinking back to like the 80s with like Satanic Panic and all that bullshit. That's kind of where my brain's going right now. But like, I get it. I understand. But like, I'm sorry, I don't have exactly the same tastes you do. I'm kind of a person who keeps to himself. Let you use Keck W? No. Because saying that you're stupid is funny. Be nice to D&D players. They're getting railed by Wizards of the Coast. Sure, but I'm not specifically talking about D&D. I'm talking about tabletop RP. You prefer the ban me? But I don't want to ban everybody that does it. And one of my mods unironically uses the I'm stupid emote because it's funny. Too many people scheduling awkward flow. Boring, dull, uninteresting. Too much time between turns in every single setup I've ever done. Having to wait 2 weeks to play the game I want to play. Having to schedule with other people to play the game I want to play instead of just being able to play the game I want to play. I get everything that I would want from a setup like that out of just playing video games. And when I'm hanging around with people that I like to hang around, I want to hang around people I like to hang around. I don't want to pretend that we're in a fantasy world. And if I want to pretend that we're in a fantasy world, I'd rather play a video game. That's just how I work. If I'm hanging around people I like being around, I want to go on a hike. I want to go somewhere. I want to go to a restaurant. I want to take mushrooms and go to the aquarium. I want to go have fun outside with people. I don't want to, if I'm going to be cooped up in a room, I'd rather play a video game. People are different. We have different things that we like to do. And that's totally okay. The funny thing is, you saying hear me out, is I've had people for about as long as I've been streaming perplexed by this take, and I've been streaming since on and off since 2012, consistently since 2013. So you saying hear me out is fine, but just realize that you're not going to change my opinion. Well, I mean, it's not in some fantasy land. If that's the way that you like to engage with people in that world. I don't want to do that. I think that in chat here, BJ, I don't know how to say the second half of your name, might actually be onto something there. I'm just going to read what they say. I teach tabletop RPGs to theater students, and let me tell you, even among people who want to do this sort of thing, this sort of storytelling, it's like pulling teeth to get something together. I'm pretty damn good at that kind of storytelling in my own brain. When I hang around a group of people that are even slightly less good, the frustration outweighs the interesting storytelling I can do in my own brain. I would rather just go play NetHack and have a far better story in my own time than try and communicate with other people. So I've got a ghost that is possibly haunting the best place you could possibly haunt in the fortress, which is the tavern. So shoutouts to Fading the Edges for coming back from the dead and haunting my tavern. That's a great place to haunt. I too would haunt the tavern if I was a ghost. Degel. And also I see that, but I'm just doing this. There you are. Not so faded? Well, definitely faded. How do you deal with ghosts? You bury the bodies or you make a gravestone for them. I'm going to go read the Discord word stories, so apologies for the chaos here. Best boys. Donkeys haul fearful children to mountain home where demons teach trading to crundles for centuries. Insane weather really tickets the heart of the mad lad. Trees flood blinds kitchen when elves demand revenge for chopping their younglings in the open defiance of... We're all caught up. I love the concept of D&D and the concept of tabletop RPGs. In fact, I enjoy listening to some D&D podcasts sometimes. I just have absolutely no interest in playing them myself. Whether it's the process of organizing it, whether it's the process of communicating with other people, or if it's just simply the process of I would just rather do something else with people. And generally, that's what it comes down to, is I would honestly just prefer to do something else with people I like hanging out with. That's honestly what it comes down to. And maybe one day I will find the perfect group that I gel perfectly with, that is perfect to play D&D with. There's also that as a possibility. But currently, doubtful. I don't see that happening anytime soon. I need to build up my defenses, though. Currently, I find that rather doubtful. I need to cut out more space for bedrooms anyway, so let's just do this first. I need more marble. I think that the most interesting part of tabletop, actually, and just board game design in general, is how complicated and interesting a rule set they can create with such a limited amount of objects, I would say. Like, board game design, as somebody who's a bit of a game design nerd, is super fucking cool. Would I ever want to make one? Probably not, but I do love what people are able to come up with. I think there's a lot of interesting game design innovation in the board game space that I think is super important for games as a medium, and I think that that's really cool. And tabletop certainly has a hand in that. Do I think that we could bring the circus to town eventually? That's not my priority currently. But in this fort, maybe eventually. But for right now, building defenses for the things that want to kill me on the surface is far more important to me. Dwarf Fortress is thinking. There we go. Is it possible to generate a world that's 90% forest? Probably, and I would assume it would be something to do with advanced world gen. How do you do it? I'm not the person to ask. I don't do much in Advanced World Gen. Yeah, I know, Zero. The parameters confuse you. The wiki does do a good job of explaining them, and my brain does a bad job of retaining them. So I would recommend just going to the wiki and doing your best to comprehend from that perspective. What's the plan for the railgun now? We're putting that project on pause. Is the plan currently. Also, there wasn't really a debate per se. I think that's the wrong word to use, but that raises up that way. This falls right there. I'll just wait for them to build these. I'm curious if I can drain this side smoothly. Is water flowing? No, I never did get it flowing again. Probably all my power's out still. Also, I've just been doing a terrible job reading chat right now. But you literally just need to find a, like, basically what Orange said. You need to find the location on your map. I can't send you a seed. Someone else could generate you a map, but not to be mean, but I'm not going to just sit here and generate everybody a map and find a location on a world map. Yeah, the obsidian encased mechanism seems to work, but I need to get this flowing again to confirm, but it does seem to work. Which is actually kind of crazy. Which is kind of crazy. Got way too many construction jobs going on right now. It's amazing science. It's certainly odd. I guess it's the classic, like, well, that's odd. I don't know if that should work like that, but I guess it does. It's a cool bit of something. That much is for sure. It's a cool bit of something. Where are all my miners up to? They're all digging. Oh, right. Yeah, they're digging down here. I was like, why are they not digging this? Because they're still digging out all of this. Also, that person wasn't adding me, so I wasn't seeing the highlighted text, so not always the best at spotting things if they're not being added at me. When a dwarf scribe creates a copy of a text, does the dwarf gains the abilities from reading the text? No. I mean, they don't gain any abilities from reading any text, really. Just knowledge, which isn't an ability. If they gained abilities, well, the only ability that they can gain really is necromancy, but that's more of a new state of life, less of an ability. Because technically they're undead, they become immortal. It's the whole thing. You're right. There is, in fact, a redeem. I owe Fold56 a dwarf. What kind of dwarf do I owe you? What kind of dwarf would you like? There's been a an elemental magic mod for about 8 or 9 years. I don't know if this is the same one. But people keep being like, there's a mod that does this. Yes, I'm aware. Any medical worker? Not medical. Metal workers? Not really. And the reason is I have no metalworking industry currently, aside from this one dwarf that's been making steel bars for like a decade. And the reason for that is this fortress just isn't focused on making metal right now. We've been fucking around with lava for the last 4 years, so. Or an insane dwarf. I got plenty of those. Well, not plenty, but a couple. It's funny, they're all named. The most angry dwarf in the fort, though, is Cole the Farmer. If you'd like to be Cole the Farmer. Gold 56. His dower is a rule. He is an optimist. Bullshit. And he cracks easily under pressure. That certainly seems true. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural... He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this as he dislikes the natural world. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He tends to hang on to grievances and doesn't seek out excitement. He does not easily fall in love, and he rarely develops positive feelings, and he acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he does not often feel lustful and occasionally overindulges, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and does not and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally does not really value merrymaking, and he dreams of creating a great work of art. And he likes borax, electrum, star ruby, and water buffalo hoof, the color dark green, and shields and backpacks and slabs and scepters and mules for their stubbornness, and turquoise friends for their horrifying features, and the words of the meditation of orbs, and when possible prefers to consume squirrel and tomato wine, and absolutely hates spark scorpions. A sad alcoholic who hates the world. Most dwarves. Speaking of, I should check the justice screen and see how many crimes have been committed. Actually, none right now. That's interesting. Currently, no sentences pending either. Interesting. Do they bark? No, bark scorpions are scorpions that live in bark. They don't bark like dogs. That's just like anywhere where it gets dark and is cold, or dark in the winter and is cold, is a sad alcoholic that hates the world. I also like mules because, like me, they are stubborn. Today's been a weird stream. Weird vibe for today, chat. We need to not do this every day. It hasn't been a bad stream, but it's been a weird stream. Weird streams tend to upset people, and streams that upset people tend to make streamer less money, so weird streams are bad. Go rinse off your vibes. You're telling chat to shower? Careful, they might get angry with you. I'm in a fey mood? I think chat's in a fey mood. Gobsnack the mayor meets with Ognet. And Ognet says, I'm a liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss the situation. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Just iron bars, I suppose. They want toys and prepared meals. All right, gold toys it is. How much gold do I have currently? Called the Dead? The dead walk. Hide while you still can. Need to unforbid all this crap. Get all that ammo moved. Bar. Eyes of cringe. I had a shower this morning. It was lovely. There's no news because I've turned off combat. Specifically why there's no news. Suited Giraffe, thanks for the 5 gift subs. Cheers, friend. They're coming to get you. I feel like I know what that's from. Or actually, there's a few things that could be from, but I'm not sure exactly what you're referencing. Because my brain immediately goes to the Iron Maiden song. Invasion of the Body Snatchers? Could be that. I don't know. There's, like I said, there's a lot of places that could go. Let's make more beds. Still have closest material on. Then I gotta dig out some of these and make little platforms again. There we go. Another set of bedrooms. Whatever you prefer to look at, Chaos Painter. Literally, like that's the actual answer to that question. It's whatever you prefer to look at. I hope this doesn't like insta-flood. I actually don't know what it's gonna do. It might. Night, actually true, yeah, Night of the Living Dead could be that. Yeah, no, there's a line in an Iron Maiden song where he goes, "He's coming to get you!" And that's where my brain went to. The big whoosh of 2049, or 249. Well, I mean, it may be quite the whoosh. I don't know if it'll necessarily be a big whoosh. Looks like Vervolts is gonna do the honors. Okay, yeah, that... Okay. Game hitched. All right, chat, place your bets. Press 1 if you think my entire fort is full of water. Press 2 if you think it's not. Okay, no, fort itself's fine. Why did it just, like, burst water over on this side, though? Like, it did definitely fire a wall of water out of here. Why is that? What? Like, it made all of this flood. I'm not sure why. But... yeah, Aquifer definitely burped. That is true. Huh. Water physics go question mark, more like. Also, these aren't working because this hasn't drained yet. Need to wait for this to drain a little bit. Which it's doing now. It's gonna do that slowly. All right. Well, we'll ignore that for the time being. And then fill this center bit in with a wall. This is the way we're gonna do this. We're going to deconstruct that and put a ramp at the end here. It'll evaporate? Oh yeah, it'll definitely evaporate. 100% it will evaporate. Then we need to just stick on the surface for a little bit and let's build my lava setup. Question is, what material do I use? What do I have enough of? Shale? We have enough shale. Let's use shale. Kind of a brown color. We'll see when we see a Dutchadian. Looking forward to tomorrow. Or to tomorrow. Oh, there's a tree in the way. It's like, why you no let me build? There's a tree in the way. Naturally. There's always a tree in the way. One, two, three. Early on in a fort while doing things like digging, and I just focus on one thing at a time. Is how I maintain productivity. Just focus on getting one thing at a time. I set kind of a mental priority list, and then I just do one thing at a time. That's how I've always done it. But I also don't care too much about maintaining perfect productivity. That's not what the game's about for me. The game's just about constructing cool stories and being 100% productive, and on perfect time scale every time is not a good story usually. That leads to the same story every time. And so for me, that's less interesting than, you know, fucking up and making mistakes and screwing around and that sort of thing. Usually struggle to keep up with, like, making enough bedrooms for early migrant waves, for example. Make a couple dormitories. Not everybody needs a bedroom. Just most people need a bedroom. Or trade less so you get less dwarves. Both are perfectly viable options. How do you keep interesting building the 11,000th bedroom through, though that's a part of Dwarf Fort? That bores you, to be honest? Set up a macro if it bores you. I just try to not make two bedrooms identical. And that usually fixes the issue. But, I don't know. Maybe you have a slightly different personality than me, and it's never going to be interesting to you, and that's fine. I don't really know how to answer that question. I guess is the easy way of saying it. I enjoy building bedrooms different each time. Some people don't. Play the game the way you want to play it. If it's making every bedroom look identical and macroing the whole thing, fucking do it that way. That a thing you can do? Yep. Maybe I should make a tutorial on how to make macros. I don't use macros myself. I think macros kind of suck, but because they lead to, like, boring constructions, which is why I don't like them generally, or why I don't use them. But yeah, you absolutely can make macros. You have to turn on keyboard control, though. I also don't know which side they're going to prioritize for this. Giving them two entryways is probably dangerous. You know what I should really do? Instead of having a bridge here, this will just be my drain. I don't actually think that they can get up there currently. That ramp done. This looks really visually confusing right now. Is the easiest way to say it. Like, even to me, I'm looking at this and I'm going, I know where everything is here. This is hard for me to look at. So really need to make like a grand central control point for all of these levers. You can always expand in Dwarf Fort. You have hundreds of Z levels that are, even on the smallest map size, quite large compared to most games. Why would you need to build with expansion in mind? Expansion is always in mind. This is Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes and also you need to realize that I don't build two forts the same way, right? People ask me like, do you build this way? My answer is always going to be, no, not really. Because no, I don't build this way. I build differently every time. Every single fort I've ever built in Dwarf Fortress is in a different order, constructed as differently from the previous fort as possible. Because that's what's interesting to me. Sometimes I will have magma forges set up before I build bedrooms. Sometimes I will like try and build above ground. Sometimes I like that is the fun of it. And for me, like trying to just do things the same way every time is absurdly fucking boring. Yeah, but the fortress can only expand so much, right? So the fortress doesn't always need to expand. Sort of, but not really the way you want it to, in regards to flinging magma. Like, it does fling it, but it doesn't fling it particularly far. I mean, you gotta remember, Dwarf Fortress has a lot in common with Minecraft creative mode. So to me, it's as much of a fortress builder as it is a management game about managing your dwarves. Rumble. Okay, so this whole thing works. Look at this. That's crazy. Knowing that you can make a wall of obsidian with a lava safe mechanism inside of it is kind of nuts. That is kind of nuts. It's not working particularly consistently because this part's still draining, but like that is bonkers. I mean, it would be difficult to do and very time consuming, but yeah, you could. That's wild. Make sure there's no way into the fort through that. So this whole thing's a fucking mess visually right now. But essentially what I'm doing is I'm building a ramp into it. The flat part is not going to work. It's just not going to get enough speed. I have to use ramps in order for this to work. Well, not ramps, but I have to make things start high up and then go down for it to work. Which kind of sucks, but is what it is. Yeah, I need this to go fast, otherwise it's just not going to work. So the idea is that lava's going to be flowing down this side at all times. Which means I need to set this thing up. And I don't trust it to not overflow a second time. So I'm going to do this. I'm just going to build a wall here. I'm just going to build a brick wall here temporarily. I will remove this wall in a minute, though. Now, the reason I'm building this brick wall here is so that I can dump lava into this. And optimally, it shouldn't flood over the edges and, like, just douse the surface a second time. It might. It shouldn't. I know that we're almost in the year 250, but fortunately, we're almost set up. We're almost good to go. I'm just, like, closing off some things so that things can't get in. But we've got all of winter still. Until my artificial ceasefire ends. And also, chat room, I gotta say, hope today's been entertaining. Even though chat's been weird. Hope you guys have had fun today. Can also get rid of this, because this is not needed. What happens at year 250? I turn enemies back on. You're still here? Really? Oh, I didn't know. Thanks for sticking around, Claiborne. I will say this, I need more coffee. It was good. It was, but a little stressful. You just got here? Hey, dude person. What is up, dude person? How's things, dude person? Once the raids begin again? I, too, am kind of excited to see what's going to happen once the raids begin again. There is one wrinkle here, though. I don't actually have a way of draining the main moat, and I need a way of draining the main moat. So that's where it's kind of a problem. But aside from that, one slight small wrinkle. We should be pretty good. And also the fact that I really, really need, like, a grand central control tower for this whole setup, which I don't have right now. So aside from, like, the half dozen small, weird, annoying wrinkles that may kill us, we should be fine. Oh, I'm going to need to make a bunch of levers, actually. I need to make a drawbridge first. So this needs to be made of gabbro. And, you know, we're saying fuck the elves, right? So we're just going to torch the surface after every siege. That's the way this is going to go. We're just going to torch the surface after every siege. Hope I have enough shale for this. Otherwise, we change colors. 161. I don't know. Might. Yeah, we should have enough. They can't hide from trees if we burn them all down. Well, I mean, that's not specifically what we're doing. Although it doesn't actually burn. Fun fact, burning forests in Dwarf Fortress doesn't burn down trees. It does burn the logs, though. And we do actually have enough shale. Kind of impressive. I realize I went one tile too far over on one side. That's fine. But yeah, I'm gonna kind of ramble about a thing that's been bugging me for a minute. I think that there's a certain mindset of player type, and this is fine. Like, if you want to play games this way, it's not a bad thing. You can absolutely play games this way. But there's a certain mindset for a certain player type who plays video games, specifically video games like Dwarf Fortress and games like RimWorld, where you play the game, you get very interested in playing the game that specific way, and then once you're done playing the game that specific way, you then go to mods so that you can continue playing that game that specific way with more variety. I don't think that's a bad way to play games, but I do think that if you choose to play games that way, I think it is very easy to miss a lot of the variety that already exists in the game by just simply playing the game differently. Which is admittedly very difficult to do. Which is why I say I don't think that there's anything wrong with that playstyle. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think games kind of train us to play that way. But it is an observation, and an observation that has become very clear and obvious to me. Any mods I recommend? No, because I don't really use them. But like, I just think it's interesting. I hate that I always start DF Forts the exact same way. There's no tech tree in Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is not limiting you to start the same way, period. There is no logical reason to start every fort the same way. Is that playing that way gamifies a lot of the storytelling in Dwarf Fortress? Sorry to break it to you, but Dwarf Fortress is a video game. So a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress are gamified. I'm not sure why you think that that's sad specifically. It is? I know, right? Surprise. Long Night. There's already a version of Long Night for this game, though. Or for this version of the game, I guess. But the Long Night is the one that comes to mind the fastest when people ask me about any overhaul mods I'm looking forward to. But I would also like to see the Long Night get a full tile set, and I kind of don't expect that to happen. Long Night is a, basically like a homebrew 40k setting. It's futuristic, grimdark sci-fi with like robots and mechs and shit. I would also like to see the Star Wars version the Star Wars mod get updated fully. I don't personally care about Pokemon, so Pokemon's just funny to read legends, but I don't actually care to play the game with the Pokemon mod. But yeah, the Long Night's already on the workshop, I think, and this is a mod that's been around for ages. Let me jump over to the workshop. Long Night. Yeah. It is already up. Yeah, this mod is for Dwarf Fortress Classic, and make sure you've loaded the ASCII glyphs when activating the mod. Yeah, it only works with the ASCII glyphs on right now. So, this is a mod I would like to see get a full tile set. Just because it's going to very much we have one season left. It's going to very much limit its potential audience if it doesn't get a full tile set. The DBZ mod? Well, I mean, Putnam said that they're going to update that, so. I only ever played the DBZ mod in adventure mode, though, so I could be Goku and fly. And just, like, one-shot things. You found out how to use graphics? Sure, but, like, 80% of the sprites will be missing. So, you know, I'm waiting for it to... I mean, chat, you know my debug dance emote? Crypt debug? That's what most of the sprites will look like if you figured out how to use sprites. Is there a repository? Yeah, the Bay 12 website. Literally the Bay 12 forums. Like, if you know that Dwarfmon you guys were all talking about? Okay. Dwarfmon 2.1. Boink. There it is. This is the same mod from 2017. Yeah, and it's held on where is it? Hosted on DFFD, Dwarf Fortress File Depot, which I can link in the chat. Mal, what? Yeah, no, like this is why when people are like, have you heard of this? Yes, I've been playing this game for a while, guys. Not new to this. Flashbang? Yeah, you'll be fine. So like, none of this is new, right? Like let me just look at my personal favorite Dwarf Fortress mod. My personal favorite Dwarf Fortress mod, which also has been changed to no new update ... yet. From 2012, The Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom. The Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom does have a full sprite pack for it, or did. It's literally Super Mario Brothers, but it's Dwarf Fortress. Yes, that's Mario, and yes, that's Bowser. And yes, that's a gate with lava underneath it. And it has surface mushrooms. It has, like, you know the grimdark violent descriptions of violence in Dwarf Fortress? Okay, imagine you're playing as a bunch of toads, right? Because that's one of the playable factions is toads, the mushroom people. And then a wild Yoshi walks in off the side of the map and literally eats someone's head and just walks away. That happens a lot. Or like an exploding block just like bounces in off the side of the map and then just fucking explodes and kills a bunch of people, and there's like blood everywhere and everybody's screaming in pain. And using their life essence and siphoning their blood, you can open up tunnels to different parts of the world. And then like fucking hammer dudes, just like a bunch of wild hammer dudes walk in and start throwing hammers it's great. It's fucking fantastic. There's that mod. So yeah, no, like this is a very old game. And it's a lot of its mods and community around it are representative of that. And that's why I like overhaul mods. Just adding a couple new factions is fucking whatever. Like, sure, yeah, that's easy to do. I mean, it's obviously more complicated now because you need sprites and stuff, but like for the old ASCII game, if you wanted to add a new faction, it was about as easy as like just editing a notepad file. But like with this version of the game now, there's a lot more. I'm sorry, what, Dark Shadow? You mean this, Dwarf? Why is this guy here? This guy? Is that what you're talking about? Because he's very interested near a tastefully arranged bed. He turns into a werepangolin once a month for a day. So he's a liability. So he lives there. Oh, I love the way the new water wheels look. They look awesome. I used to like the way they looked in ASCII too. Like water wheels look pretty cool in ASCII. Like look at that. Oh, those are old water wheels. But werepangolin super soldiers? You can't really control them though. And they kill each other. So they'd have to be solo squads. Maybe. But it's not a priority right now. Let's just get the levers in here. That's the actual thing that matters. So I need one lever for the... Well, I've already got one for the front gate. I need one lever for the drain. And one lever... So two. One lever for the drain and one lever for the lock. Currently, I'm just using the burn everything with lava. Werebeasts are strong, but they're not that strong. What you really want to do with werebeasts is you want to use them to infect one or two and then let them leave. Because then they're like suicide bombers. They go back home to their home faction and infect the whole faction with werecreaturism, and then like 40 years later, the whole faction just falls apart for some reason. I love doing that, Ziggy. I've been ignoring this guy because it just hasn't been a priority. This fortress has just had too many other priorities that I've needed to complete. For some reason, yeah, strange. We'll never fully know why. So wait, you mean if you have a wild werebeast infect a prisoner and then release the prisoner back to their home safe? Yes. That prisoner, if you go look in Legends later, you will see, you will see something to do with, assuming they make it back, they might not actually make it back, but assuming they make it back, you will see lines of text stating like this were creature or this character showed up and then starts killing people. So that's trap lock, and this is trap drain. So this will be the drain. Oh, actually, it's trap. Okay, we'll do trap drain. No, rail gun. Pull that. Yeah, rail gun. So you link up to this, and then pull, and then we can turn this thing on. And then over here, I've got other things I got to complete. We got to get Shale hooked up. We're about to test this thing. It'll work. I'm not too concerned about that. And we just need to lock the back of it, extend the moat a little further, and then voila! At some point, I'll need to actually have a way of draining the moat itself, but we can worry about that later. Thanks for being around, Sedentary Hobo, to be gifted a sub. You know, I'm trying to figure out if I have enough blocks for this. I'm trying to decide if I want this to just be like around the edge here or if I want it to go all the way around to the back of the fort. I think it might look kind of cool if it goes all the way around to the back of the fort. Imagine werebeasts then spreading across the world and becoming kings and queens. The thing is, like, they can't, right? And if you read a lot of Legends, you'll find out why they can't. And they can't because they very quickly get found out as, like, frequently murdering people. Vampires, on the other hand, and necromancers, they have a much better chance of, like, obtaining power. Whereas were-creatures, no. Were-creatures are basically a death sentence. Like, if you contract a were-creature, or if you become a were-creature, you are dead, basically. You're not going to live much longer. And the reason for that is the societies just shun them and boot them out once they realize that they're literally eating people. Vampires, though, on the other hand, they have a much higher chance of survival. What's a 30-second summary on the mechanic? If you scare them, they resurrect bodies that happen to be in the general vicinity. That's the 10-second explanation of how necromancy works. Society is so judging. Would you be judging of somebody that ripped your face off? I mean, I'm not judging. I'm literally like locking the guy in the basement so he can at least keep living. All right. He would be dead. Well, there you go. Well, no, I mean, if you want necromancers to raise dead for you, just set up a thing where, like, suddenly there's, like, an angry goblin in front of them and they go, bah! And then they resurrect whatever's in the general vicinity. So, like, as an example, if you have a necromancer, right, just build something literally like what I have right there with that drawbridge there. Something like this. I don't know. Something like a setup like this with like a fortification and a drawbridge. Raise the drawbridge, right? Once the drawbridge is connected and everything. Have the drawbridge up. Tell your necromancer to stand right here. Put a, I don't know, frickin' forgotten beast right here in this room. Or like a couple goblin prisoners, right? Have a body right here that's dead. Or alternatively, have another line of windows and then a drowning chamber. Put your entire fortress into the drowning chamber where they can see them through the windows, and then drown them, then drop this lever, and the necromancer will go, bah! And then suddenly you'll have a bunch of zombies in that room. Half of them won't be on your side, but you can do it. Don't mind the goose. He's friend. Also looks like you're working. So, I'm gonna go pull a lever. Let's see if it floods my fort. Left. You'll know when it gets pulled. Do 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 do. Do do do. Also, I'm just looking at this and going, this ain't gonna work. I have to deconstruct this and maybe this too. I don't like this. To shorten this bridge by 1 tile. That's a little annoying. Hey, Sanic. How's things? Because otherwise it's not going to fill up the way I need it to. All right, somebody just died. Population go down? I'm sorry, how? You might want to run there. How did it go that way? Well, I knew it would be quick. I'm just trying to figure out how the lava got there. That's not water, Sanic. All right, it's fine. Interesting. It's weird. And no, bridges are waterproof. It's just the initial flow where it's not. I think it's a bug because that's not the way bridges work. Because if they weren't waterproof, it would keep flowing. Huh. Well, I guess the way this works now is we just let this flow forever, and hope this drains eventually. It's a good thing I blawed this off, hey? It's a good thing I walled that off. I lava me some lava? Yeah, me too. Alright, well, I need to deconstruct that and then this one. I can do both of these. Might as well just, like, change the length of these a little bit. But I need this to be right there, basically. Otherwise, this isn't going to line up correctly. Lock a dwarf by themselves in their own tiny library with the secrets of life and death in it, and they'll read it. Or just, like, let it be put in your library and half your fort will be necromancers in a minute. Quite easy, actually. Arperu, what kind of dwarf would you like? I'm pretty limited in my job variety, so what I need from you is whether or not you would like the dwarf to have a beard, and approximately what kind of job-ish you would like. When does a scribe write a book? Scribes don't write books. They copy books. And Jurist McJerby, you get to select who from chat I'm giving a dwarf to. And then chat gets to pick the job. Who writes books then? Scholars. Farmer? Well, I got plenty of those. And beard and no beard. Or just any? Any farmer? Do you want happy farmer or angy farmer? Because I got cranky farmers and happy farmers. I got very happy farmer right there. She real happy. Look at her. Meditating on dreams? She wants to play the Sony exclusive Dreams. Happy dwarf? All right. Our Poru is healthy and happy and an adept cook. Personality-wise, she does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress and is made deeply uncomfortable by appearances in culture, by differences in culture and appearance. She is often cheerful and tends to avoid crowds and likes to brawl, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She is quite polite and does not often feel lustful. She generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and tries to keep her things orderly. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, values eloquence, and doesn't care about art one way or another, and does not see cooperation as valuable. She likes malachite, fine pewter, resin opal, crundle horn, cockatiel, parchment, and the color rose. Low boots and menacing spikes in the sight of the scintillating silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume mink, oyster, and reindeer cheese, and lychee wine, and llama's milk. Hates rats. Hates them. Can't stand rats. You have some close friends. Looks like. 84 years old. Giddy after performing. You like performing. So, now the question is to McJerby. Am I giving Orange a dwarf? Orange the mod a dwarf? Chat, my moderator Orange appears to have been bestowed a dwarf. What kind of dwarf do you guys think Orange is? I mean, I could make him like into the champion or something. Or the dungeon master. We could go just straight up into like the cop direction. Grah, thank you much for the raid. We're gonna be doing some cut on Tuesday next week. If you guys don't know Grah and you like Caves of Cud related things, I recommend giving Grah a follow. It's going to be fun. Chat room, I need help, especially from you, the raiders. We have a system here in this stream where chat can make me gift a dwarf to anybody in chat, and my chat has selected my moderator, Orange TJ. So now the question is, what kind of dwarf does TJ get? There's also a hungry guinea pig over here, who is strong. Don't mind all the lava. It's a side effect of science. Apparently we also have a bunny. 2 bunnies. How playable is Cut at this point? Extraordinarily playable? What? It's one of the best games ever made? Hammerer for mods? It's getting there. And that's from somebody who works on it. Hatch covers. All right, so Hammerer for the mod. Chat, do we give Orange a beard or no beard? Very hard, though. Yes, you will die to many things. Jess asked you to do what? Wait, what? I mean, I see a shout out from Jess, but what did Jess ask you to do? Oh, grab the interview thing? Is that what Jess asked? Beardless? I mean, they could be either. Orange, how good are you at cooking? That's like an actual question. That's an actual question. How good are you at cooking? I'm trying to figure out if I should give you a cook or not. Otherwise, I'll give you like a bone carver or something. Sets fire to water. That requires oil. Very easy to do, actually. Well, cheers, Alistair. Decent enough. All right, you can be Odom. And, I'm going to make you carry around this perfect gem. Not for any logical reason other than I think it's kind of funny that you get to walk around and beat people with a gem. And a bunch of rings. And whatever that is. And now we need to find you. So I can name you. Actually, I think it's a shoe. But, all right, so this dwarf. TJ. Never becomes angry, and only forms fleeting, rare emotional bonds with others, is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and likes to take it easy. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Enjoys the company of others, and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and is quite ambitious. Has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and has an active sense of humor. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and there's an artifact being made. And she likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, and once again dreams of mastering a skill, likes olivine, lead, lapis lazuli, lime wood, giant emu leather, amber, and giant tortoise shell. Spears and buckets and cats for their aloofness, and leeches and for their feeding habits, and the sound of the... Ew, you like leeches? And the sound of the scintillating silkiness, tongue twister, and when possible prefers to consume thornback ray and turnip wine, and hates moon snails. And you have quite a few friends, including Meeks. And you're a passing acquaintance with Real Swifty. We're about to get hit by an ad. Did I make you Mr. T as a dwarf? Not really. Okay, so Mathol the cook has claimed a Magma Forge. And it's a Fey mood. There's gold bars and oak logs in the pit already. Waiting for the dwarf to come back. Sucking blood, yeah. Has like a fascination with it. Because somebody has a fascination with it doesn't mean that they are actually, you know, interested in being a vampire. All right, I'm going to pause the game, jump up to the surface, and queue some stuff up. We have exactly 420 steel bars. Nice. Oh, and then on this side, I need to extend those constructions ever so slightly. Because I need this to stop flowing there. Actually, you know what? I could just connect this all the way. Okay, let's jump back down to that strange mood. Let them work on that. Where are you, cook? Seems like it, Diamond. Certainly seems like it. If you want to see how much you have to invest, Shaka, just type in !tickets. It's just a dumb chat gambling game. There's no actual value to them. Named another steel sword. I also need to fill out the military. We need like 3 squads. Hold on, are you carrying a kid while doing all this, kid? No, you're not. Okay. Yay, Shino. Hope your stream was good after I had to vamoose out, go record things. Up to 22 dwarves. Well, that's good. Population climbing. Always got to climb that population somehow. Made it through the siege and ended on a masterwork leather helm being created. Well, that's good. Or watching this dwarf do stuff, and I'm trying not to flood my whole fort with lava again. Well, okay, now I'm trying not to flood one whole chunk of my fort with lava again. I mean, so to give you an idea, Punch It Witch, I won't ever turn my population up above 200. Because at about 200 dwarves, I can pretty consistently run at about 30 frames a second. The highest impact for frames, 30 to 45 actually. The highest impact on frames in Dwarf Fortress is dwarves thinking and pathing. So you're asking, should you add 30% more thinking and pathing entities onto your game? That is up to you. I won't, because I don't think it's required. I think that Dwarf Fortress plays just fine, and I don't think that adding more dwarves makes the game better in any way. Gold bars, oak logs, pig leather, blah, 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 blah. Do you need bones? Got blocks and hides. Got plant cloth and hides. Bones, okay. It's always bones. Always bones. Every goddamn time it's bones. Calling Dr. Bones. I really hope they don't dump those into the lava. That would be bad. Wow. That is draining way slower than I thought it would. Huh. And this is still full, so this is still working up on this side. I was waiting for that to happen. Are you... So chat, does this... I have a question. This dwarf is currently 1 Z level above the bridge, I think. Does this dwarf fall into the lava? Yes, this dwarf is 1 Z level above the bridge right now. So they went to cave, or to construct that, and I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, they're gonna cave that in and drown, aren't they? You sure it'll be fine? Goodbye, Mac body. Suspend these, you doofuses. Sheesh. I kind of knew that would happen. I figured that would happen. Trying to think. Do I have a good emote for this? Sleep well, good dwarf. Become a cloud. Kids these days always falling into lava. Hey, you know what's the hot new thing right now? Lava. I lava me a good barbecue. I'm such a dad. Shut up. Aw. I gotta compensate for never having children. There you go, green dude. That work. So does Pink Primeval. I'm Chet's dad. I don't know if I want to be biologically related to 536 people. Holly Golly, thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream today? That just seems like a mess, psychologically. But maybe I'm overthinking it, and that wouldn't be too out of character. I don't want to actually go right there. I want to go one further over. Because I want wagons to be able to get in. Want to lend your old cousin Bullet your car? What car? Like, you think I own a car? No, and also before you ask, no, I don't want to go bowling. Well, maybe I'll go bowling. Was a nice stream. Only 3 dead dwarves? Well, trying to think. Was that dwarf that just flew into the lava the first dead dwarf of the day? I think I might be winning in that regard. What was the cause of your dwarf's death? I've been playing with lava today, and that was an accident. I will have to drain it eventually. It's pretty easy to drain. I just need to pull a lever up here. But, like, not what I was expecting at all. Mouthful, the cook, has created Aphenesis Austin Powers. Austin Lilum, a gold splint, and offers it to the chunky orb. It was MacBody who died. Lightning Roger. Display item for the hospital? I was just gonna think we throw it into the hospital, but yeah, we could make it into a display item. That or the Doctor's Guild, when we make one. If we make one. This is a gold split. Wow, that's expensive. This is a gold splint. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. Dwarves will intentionally get injured to be able to use this splint. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned marble cabochons and decorated with pig leather and encircled with bands of gold and pig bone. This object menaces with spikes of pig leather. On the item is an image of Oxasp, Borenrath, the troll, and Elslom, seal blazed, the elfin oak. Elsom is striking down the troll. The artwork relates to the killing of the troll, Oxasp, by the elf Ilslone in the Point of Bravery in 114. On the item is an image of a coral in Martygold? Okay. And is an image of Serral, not Coral. Serral, Martygild, the dwarf, and Nemo, the elf, in marble. Serral is cringing. Nemo is laughing. The artwork relates to the tearing of the dwarf Serral's right cheek by the elf Nemo in the midwinter of 151 during the Singed Sieges, which, by the way, was the assault on our mountain home. And I'm sorry, where are you getting the name of this? Oh, wait, Nemo Sensual plays? Oh, like the last name of the elf? Yeah. Elves have some weird names. Sensual Birth of Humor, I think, was a faction. I'm pretty sure it's either a faction or like a site at one point I had. It was a Sensual Birth. Yeah, elves have some strange names. Interesting names. Maybe not strange. Strange is the wrong word. Ah. Mac body has been missing for a week. Strange. Weird. What could possibly have happened? I mean, I don't know. You hear he went somewhere warm. He retired. He went to Disneyland. Took that one scene from the Rocky Horror Picture Show a little bit too seriously. Use this splint on someone that Nemo Zendros plays as arts a sore threat. That's way too specific. Also, I can't assign specific crutches to somebody outside of nobles, and I don't really have any interest in doing that. To do it, what the... like that? Which mod is that guy that talks with all the apostrophes? Stone, aka Seashore's Wall? And they, them, or Stone. Yeah, probably Stone. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's more just them. They would correct you, so I'll do it for them. And there's no way for you to know, so. I need your... give me your clothes. I mean, I've been on like that 80s movie kick recently. I should rewatch Terminator. I'm a T1 guy. I like Terminator 1. Terminator 1's the best Terminator in my mind, but I should rewatch T2. That movie's okay. It's just not my favorite. New baby was born. Skinny to means skinny to trot. Huh. It's an interesting name. T1 is like up there with Alien for like my favorite sci-fi horror movies ever made. And T2 is just an action film, so I've always kind of preferred T1. T2's an alright action movie though. I like an action movie. Or just make a... You don't need to turn off pick from trees. Just make a shit ton of step stools. No, it very much is. What's even funnier is one of them's directed by James Cameron in both instances. There's also this problem where I kind of don't like James Cameron. He's just a weird dude. And he gives me bad vibes in like the worst kind of way. And because of that, it's like I kind of have a hard time enjoying James Cameron films. He's a bit too much of an auteur in the worst kind of way. Yeah, basically, yeah. It depends, and I prefer horror thriller films over action comedy films. And both of the James Cameron variants of those are like horror or action comedy instead of horror thriller. Shale. Shale. And shale. You prefer action comedy? Yeah, there you go. It's just a matter of taste at that point. I mean, it just kind of shows off like how malleable franchises like that are, right? How's the railgun? Pretty bad. I've had to put that project on hold for a bit. We're instead just going for lava falls, which is much easier to complete. Which I'm just gonna slowly improve upon and make cooler. But yeah, currently the railgun project is disabled, shall we say. Speaking of, I should probably drain that lava at some point. Is it really faster to go that way? I guess it is. Because, yeah, I have half a season left until it's time to turn sieges back on. This is how you... Shale, this is how I show my love? Wait, what? Does anyone know if there are carved mine tracks are always magma safe? Yeah, they're always magma safe. At least in my old experiments from back in the day. So unless they change that, they should always be magma safe. Did you have a failure or something? Lava Mist Machine, again, project is put on hold. We're running out of time. I spent too long on the main project. And I need to build like a small test version instead of just going full on with the main ones, so. Wanted to ask before you made it. Well, I know that magma minecarts work, but the way I was trying to build it didn't work. Well, I could make it work, but I don't have time to remake it so that it works. So instead, we're just going with the easy version, and then we can prototype other things, because I'm just running out of time. But I am still going to build this into a railgun. I just need it to ramp up, because it doesn't work from the angle I had it constructed at initially. Don't mind those steel bars in here, by the way. All right. Popsicle fort, something like that. Chat. I'm going to let you guys stare at the tavern with all the dwarves asleep in it. My tummy is grumbling. I'm going to go grab me a sandwich. Yeah, no, just don't. If you push it down. Okay, so if you combine the magma minecart filling method with the minecart shotgun method from those two videos, it'll work. That'll work. No, I don't do midstream jams anymore. Half chat leaves. Diamond, it kind of sucks. So, I'm just going to let you guys stare at this tavern. And I am going to go get me a sandwich. It'll take me about 2 minutes. Please behave yourselves, chat. And, my personal goal for today is 2,000 subs. We're currently sitting at 1,970. If we can hit 2,000, then I will gift a sub. Not that that's really a reward or anything, but that's the incentive. I'll be back in a minute. All right, I return. And thank you very much for the 11 subs. Jerry Gord with the 5. Foul G with the 5. Horslet with the 1. Unfortunately, no Alunkanem. Sad. Something didn't collapse on the surface, though. Well. Weird. Not sure what caused that. There's probably just something sitting on top of the block when they caved it in. Last Cruise, thanks for checking out a sub. Cheers. I've had to put a pause on the minecart launching setup because I need to actually have defenses for this fort. And currently we have none. So I've had to put that on pause, unfortunately. Don't actually know which one I just grabbed. I need to go through and hotkey the rest of this fort. Trap lock, railgun. Okay, so trap lock. You are this one. You are this one. And you are this one. Once that's full, then we can test it. Lava is an excellent defense. Also, I'm eating a sandwich, so I'm a little bit distracted, but thank you very much for the hype train, chat. You guys are very kind. Is that a lava moat? Yes. And it's very unfinished, but it is, in fact, a lava moat. More of a lake. Puddle. Pond. Blubbity blub. It's not very deep.
Crypt
like-
debug.
3 of 7. It's like half a Z level. Jam Jalopy. Thank you very much for the $5. Here's friend. Taking the 3rd spot on that leaderboard. But I'm just waiting for a dwarf to link these buildings up, and then we can test this whole thing out. Lilas Nav. I think that's how you say that? Is it Las Nav? I don't know if the second one is silent or not, but thank you very much for the tier 1. Find me a crocodile that is lava safe and I'll throw them in there. Today's sandwich is cheese, a pickle, and a little bit of sauerkraut. If you can't tell, I'm out of food again. Also a bit of onion. Kind of it's the what was in the fridge sandwich. It does in fact have enough ingredients to be a lavish meal, yes. I mean, it tastes good. Tastes fine. Bachelor chow? Let me show you my dinner from Monday. Also, as of now, chat, we are officially 100% confirmed for live stream chat tomorrow. With Tarn. He just confirmed. You know, I always do like a 24-hour confirmation, and he got back to me and we're confirmed. What Discord did I put this in? I don't actually think I put it in mine. Kind of a crappy picture. That was my dinner the other day. I had roasted carrots, a steak, mini potatoes, and cooked a bunch of mushrooms in the leftover from the steak. Was tasty. I don't just eat bachelor chow. I do know how to cook when I have time. Rare. Always. Unless I don't trust them, then medium. I don't know if they've been paid yet. Renfield. I'm pretty sure that they get paid in February. Because Valve pays quarterly. Like, Valve pays quarterly, so I'm pretty sure they don't actually get paid until February. No, the initial payment is quarterly. The very first one you get is quarterly. So you have to wait until the next pay cycle starts, which I'm pretty sure from December isn't until, like, they've said as much, but they don't actually get to see any of the money until February. Have the interview after the payment? I'm not gonna take any of their money. Just kind of fact. Like, for anything. Besides, Tarn bought me a beer once. It's more than enough payment for me. Been so long since you published a game. Fair enough. Chat room, thank you very much for the level 3 hype train. And for the subs, the bits, and the gift subs. You guys are all very kind. Was it a good beer? It was a imported German Kolsch, which was quite good. I've never had an actual genuine German Kolsch before. Free beer is always good. Is someone trying to get gifted a sub? Because, you know, we do have that beer amount. People need to keep in mind that this big influx of money has to last them a long time. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that. Like, people are just like, oh, are they going to hire up now? It's like, well, it's not like they're making other games. Dwarf Fortress isn't going to suddenly start having DLC and other, like, money-making methods just because it's a released product now. And the development isn't going to be that much faster even with another programmer on, but we don't know. It might end up speeding things up a bit. Ideally, it would. So I don't really expect Dwarf Fortress to, like it's certainly going to be, it's certainly profitable right now. But, like, go look at the Dwarf Fortress directory on Twitch. It's already slowed down a lot. Okay. I nod. I nod. Yeah, traffic's already slowed down a lot. Like, we've got about half the people that we did back at the beginning of December, which is totally fine, and I'm very much okay with this. Like, my YouTube channel is getting about 70,000 views a day now instead of, like, 400,000, which it only did one day, but, like, everything's slowed down. The player count has gone from 20,000 to 8,000. They don't believe in NFTs, and NFTs are not a way of making money, so I'm just going to kind of assume that that's a joke. Unless you're a horrible, person. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I increased my Patreon support from $5 to $10. And maybe I'll add another 5 again. Oh, there will definitely be another, bump when adventure mode comes out. There will definitely be I'm expecting a big bump when Myths and Magic or the Siege update or any of those other major planned arcs get announced. So let's just lock this. See if it works. Well, I mean, most DF updates are bigger than your average DLC, except they're free. Okay, so that's sealed, and that's sealed. Let's just make sure there's no idiots in here. Sweet. All right, let's test this puppy, shall we, chat? There's actually 2 ways we could do this, but we'll try it this way because this is the planned way for it to work. Let's see how far it goes. I live for DF updates, of course. Well, I mean, all of the things that keep us going, right? You could just mod your game to make pigs more trainable. They're not very effective. I would recommend wild boars or giant boars instead of pigs. There we go. That's how we defend the fort now. Alternatively, we could also drop this bridge, which will speed things up a bit. Although I also need to, like, increase the height of this wall. And also make it go around the back. No, I was just simply running out of time because I've agreed to turn enemies back on the 1st of spring 150. No, it's not roofed. It needs to be roofed though. But I mean, this will destroy sieges, so it works. It works. It's not as dramatic as I wanted it to be, but not much I can do about that right now. Let's turn this off. Let's turn this off. And let's turn that off. Well, actually, let's leave this one. Just in time. Yep. And we're going to jump down to here. And we are going to wall this off. Then we need to focus on stuff inside of the fort for a bit. Holy shit, was that a giant fly? I mean, it's gone. It was like the size of that rock. Anyway. It's there. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Huh. That's a big bug. I'm sure they're happy about this. Yeah, this will be a very handy little self-cleaning setup. Capture it? Nah. Not a huge priority currently. Okay. So what we need to do right now is I need to widen this by 1 around the edge here, and I need walls around the edge of this. Then I need to get up on top of this wall, and I need to wall the outside of it. And once those are done, then we can start thinking about other new projects. But for right now, I just need this to drain. And while it's draining, let's see if other people need beds. Bet they do. Bug, bug, bug. This is a very buggy game. Very buggy map, too. Nobody expects the butterfly. I once lost a fort to giant monarch butterfly brutes. Which shot fire, by the way. It was terrifying. Not actually that many bedrooms are needed currently. They were demons from the underworld, so they weren't just bugs. That whole world was a bad world, a bug world. Because, you know, honestly, I find that the whole notion that a bug could think is kind of offensive. Starship Troopers. Solid franchise. Another one that they never should remake. Just wanted to tell you that you've been enjoying the commentary for some days, thanks to your YouTube videos, and oh boy. The discovery of the year? The year's just started. Like, maybe last year. I don't know when you found me, but... Year's just started. Don't go writing off the rest of the possible discoveries of next year. And the rest of this year. But thank you. It means a lot. There's one quote from one of my longtime subscribers on Twitch and other platforms, I guess, who follows me on Twitter and whatnot, who once stated that Blind's channel is not the kind of channel that you intentionally go looking for because you would never logically know that it exists because there's no logical reason for it to exist. But once you find it, if it's the right kind of channel for you, it's very difficult to leave. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Still trying to figure that out. But I think that still holds true. It's a trap. You're all fucked. Can't leave now. And that's when chat realized that they fucked up. Man, you think that I've had a weird day. Wait until you hear about this streamer I found. But no, I'm very much... Like, I don't know how many of you guys watched my State of the Channel video that I put up on my YouTube a little bit ago now. But that still holds true. This is the first time I've actually looked forward to a new year, and God, I can't even remember how long. You redeemed a dwarf? Shit, I'm sorry. Follow Rain, what kind of dwarf would you like? Hotel California, the Twitch channel. Yeah, suppose. I think the game might be saving. Nope, it's just thinking. But yeah, that's still accurate. It's still the first year I've actually looked forward to. Gem cutter, no beard pref? Ah, great. I only have one gem cutter. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start a gem cutting job, or 2 separate gem cutting jobs at 2... Wump and Stump and the dwarf right there is... Actually, I know how I can check without starting jobs. What's the name of this dwarf? S-A-Z-I. S-A-Z... No slabs engraved. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go... Gem cutting. All right, so Melville or Aerith, which one would you prefer? Talented gem cutter or adequate gem cutter? In your years of watching streams, you've not until Blind IRL found a streamer that you felt deserved gifting any... Really? Wow. That means a lot. Here's foul. Don't do things you can't afford, though, just because I'm entertaining. I request a dwarf and it dies. Can you also request to remain a ghost? No. I'm not giving you guys enough power to screw over my fort. Because one ghost can destroy a fort. Can engravers engrave slabs that were constructed as blanks? Like engraving, the dwarf will go to the tomb and then the blank slab and then engrave it when needed. You can't engrave it once it's constructed, but you just make them as blanks, yeah? But I don't, you can't pre-crave them. Can you request a cat instead of a dwarf? I'm not going to make it that complicated. I'm definitely like staring at way too many different parts of the chat. Yeah, whumping stomping. You want Melville? Okay, this one. It's not that. Melville, slightly less happy. Fallout Rain. You're an expert cook, though. She truly treasures the company of others and cracks easily under pressure. Does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. Thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and often acts with compassion. She is conflicted by this since she sees these tendencies as an impediment to the quest for power. She does not try to get things done perfectly, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She is slow to trust others. And she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this as she values artwork in its creation and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Truly, and she personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, respects power, and values a harmonious existence and dreams of mastering a skill. It'll either be cooking or gem cutting. Yes, they do stop. Currently, they're working on fixing it, as far as I can tell. We've raised this concern to Putnam, and Putnam seems to be on the case. But I haven't spoken with Putnam, really, since that was brought up. She likes giant swan leather, ostrich tooth, giant swan. Really good, like, club music if you're ever looking for some really, like, harsh, like, electronic music. Giant Swan, great band. Giant Swan leather, ostrich tooth, and the color, gauntlets and flasks and alpacas for their wool, and Batmen for their haunting cries, and the words of the meadow of summer. And the sight of the tress of rhymes, and when possible, prefers to consume giant one-humped camel's cheese and camel beer. Hates leeches. You have a lot of friends. And the game is saving. Means it's time to turn enemies back on. Contorted in fear is because of yes, it's because a ghost killed them. Yeah. It means that you've got a vengeful spirit about. My favorite ghost story ever, though, for Dwarf Fortress is the dwarf that I forgot they died. They got murdered, and then after some time, that dwarf came back as a ghost, possessed another dwarf, and then went and told the captain of the guard what dwarf murdered them. That was one of my favorite ghost stories in Dwarf Fort. Enemies back on, chat. Slabs already engraved. All right, let's go play some slabs. Still a few more things I need to do for the entryway, so hopefully we don't get attacked right away. I don't think... Someone needs to, like... I need to do this science at some point to figure out if it prioritizes engraved slabs or not. I don't think it does. But, man, it really should. Because you could have, like, 8 engraved slabs and have to go through such a long list. In be 450 sieges. That would be pretty amusing, because I could actually win. It just prioritizes distances. Yeah, we need like a construct engraved slab option or something. Is something that we really need. That's part of the reason we have depressed dwarves in this fort as well, is because of all the ghosts. It'd be kind of neat having your bedroom underneath the Craftsdwarf's Guild. Like, where's your bedroom? Underneath the Craftsdwarf's Guild, over in the corner. Kind of a neat setup. Lacking a lot of furniture, though. All right. This is still draining on this side, which is fine. I need this carved out. This alternating. Okay, well, as long as they don't torch themselves, I don't actually care all that much. And before they torch themselves. I only put doors on the tombs so that I can use the multi-tomb feature because I find it speeds things up dramatically. And I like things being quick. This is draining so friggin' slow, holy shit. Alright, so something that I need to do, which I guess I could just do from up here even. Actually, is this even reachable for us? Oh, I guess it is. I just want this fort to be hard to climb. This is what I mean when I say that I've still got a few more things I need to do. That's interesting. The whole thing isn't perfectly symmetrical. That's going to annoy somebody. All right, let's do that. Nothing abnormal in regards to animals for domestication. And also, I'll be honest, haven't looked all that much. Not in a while anyway. And I haven't domesticated anything myself. This faction kind of died pretty early on in World Jed. Like year 150 or so not much time to really do anything cool. Pablo, why are you... Pablo wanted to be a kid and is now stumbling around obliviously. Let me just remove kids from chores. Would it annoy you if it's your build? Well, I mean, it doesn't annoy me. I just think it's kind of funny. We need all that lava to disappear, which is going to take a bit. Let's just let the game go. Womp and Stompin's been put to rest. Also, doesn't it mean that your families can't visit their fallen loved ones? I don't know if that's a mechanic. It might be. But that's one of those mechanics where I'm not certain if that's a mechanic or if that's just a player rumor that became a mechanic. Like, Dwarf Fortress isn't, like, the most advanced simulation ever made, but it's one of the most convincing, which means there's a lot of things in this game that aren't actually mechanics that are just very, very, very developed player rumors. To the point where it's hard to tell if something's actually a mechanic or not. And I don't actually know if that's something that they need. Like, genuinely, I have no idea. It would be neat if they did. Yeah, but, like, I've heard enough people say that it's a mechanic that I think that, like... And, you know, I guess this kind of goes back to, like, the beginning of that interview I did with Putnam, where she was just like, you know, you can't get mad at people for being wrong because the game makes it very hard to be right. Which is true. And I don't actually know if that's a thing. Well, I know it's not a fake rumor. It's just incorrect information that's been spread, right? That's all it really is. This game is magic. It's something. It's an imagination generation tool. I'm very happy with how that interview turned out. It's probably actually my favorite interview I've done in the last, like, year or two. Very happy with how it turned out. Also, hey, King. What's up, dude? The rumors have become legends? Well, an example of another rumor, or not a rumor, but a thing that was a mechanic that stopped being a mechanic, then became a mechanic again, due to rumor, noise pollution isn't a thing. Dwarves do not get annoyed if there's a workshop right beside their bedroom. But yesterday I saw somebody tell a streamer, don't build that workshop near their bedroom, they'll get annoyed with the noise. Yesterday I saw that. So, you know. It was a thing in earlier versions, but it was removed so long ago and hasn't been a thing in any version. But I guess that there's enough people who still think that it's a thing that that knowledge still gets redistributed and redistributed and redistributed and redistributed, and I think it's kind of funny. But, like, it's the sort of thing that would make sense as a mechanic in Dwarf Fortress, so I understand why the rumor, or I guess false information, still circulates. While sleeping slot still in the game? Digging while sleeping? I don't even know what you're talking about. What? This is going to take a while to drain, which is kind of the one real flaw in this setup. I mean, the old Dwarf Fortress had music too. And it had the capability for sound simulation, it just didn't. You would think that the sound of industry would be a dwarf's white noise to sleep. Yeah, you'd think. I mean, I would. Let's see if any dwarves torch themselves in the lava here. We're gonna go around the back of this. Eight dwarves suffocated in your tavern? Does every single dwarf in your fortress have a bed, and do you have tavern keepers or bards? Because when a dwarf tavern keeper sees somebody asleep in the tavern, they don't go, oh, they must be too drunk. We should, like, you know, let them, like, wake them up or something. Dwarves don't think that. Dwarves go, oh, they must need a drink. They must be thirsty. So they take a big old mug of alcohol and they pour it on their head. And then they do it again. 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 Because they're not moving, and then they do it again. And then it's no longer a living entity, so they stop. And they die of suffocation or alcohol poisoning. And then they are horrified, yeah, because they see a dead body and they go, bah! Dead bodies! Bah! Why won't he drink? Help him! Something like that. Basically, if everybody has a bedroom and they go to their bedroom to sleep, you won't have this problem at all. Otherwise, you'll just occasionally have dead dwarves in your tavern. Or humans. Humans die way faster. If you have a lot of guests in your tavern, it's way more likely that'll happen. I personally think it's kind of hilarious, but it is very confusing and kind of traumatic to people who don't know what's happening. Uh-oh. Dwarf Fortress is thinking. Something's happening in the simulation. I have a feeling we're going to start getting attacked by agitated giant flies in a minute. Just a hunch. The wiki's been hacked? Looks fine to me. What do you mean the wiki's been hacked? Someone care to explain in a TLDR? Has some slurs written on it. Oh, that's fun. Hold on. Let me look again. I'm not going to restream it though. Oh. Okay. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's kind of amusing. That's kind of amusing. No, I'm not showing it. Cool, someone has shown off their maturity. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, okay. Has anybody, like, reported this to Kit Fox? I'm gonna DM Clino. Passing it around, making sure people are aware. It's generally not racism is so funny. It's usually people are trying to do damage. In my experience, at least. I've spent a lot of time on the internet around a lot of people. And usually when people resort to just, let's be super racist in public, it's not usually because they think it's funny. It's usually because they're trying to do damage to somebody. Which is just really fucking sad. Call this daddy issues? Human stupidity. You just saw Goatsy? Yeah, I'd stay off of there. By the way, fun fact, did you know that every single individual pixel from Goatsy has been sold as an NFT? You didn't need to know that? I mean, you do now. I mean, that one personally I think is really funny. I don't agree with it and I don't like it, but I think it's funny. Like it's kind of like the correct way to take the piss for something. How much does it cost? You can go look it up. I don't know. I think they sold them all for $1. initially. I don't know what the betting ended up at, but or bidding, that's the word I was looking for. Just gonna go see if S is still alive. Gonna order. I'm gonna do this. I'm trying to see which DF streamers are on that I follow. Yeah, I'm just DMing people. Actually, chat, if you guys could just like jump from stream to stream and just let them know that the Dwarf Fortress wiki has been hacked and to not show it on stream, that would actually be really cool. Sorry, I read that Eurist McJerby and I haven't seen that. Well, that's a funny name. Use your phone to view the wiki? I have 3 monitors, so. How do I mean hacked? If you go to any page on the wiki, it's gonna flash racial slurs and really unsightly images. Apparently they're on it. I just heard back from somebody who would know. They're working on fixing it. Wish we could have nice things. Dwarf Fortress is a nice thing. Yeah, fair enough. I don't like to look at my phone while I'm streaming. Just a me thing. Just feels weird. Is it normal that you don't see anything strange on the wiki? I mean, maybe they've already fixed it. I don't know, but I certainly saw things that were strange after going through a couple pages. It's like a kind of a pop-up in the top corner of the screen. You can't see it as well? It's still there? Yeah. Looks normal to you? Well, consider yourself lucky. You're not seeing random exploding glass anus. Consider yourself lucky, I would say. I think that is maybe the optimal outcome. Oh, true. Maybe it's like web browser dependent. I am using a Chromium browser. I'm not using Chrome specifically, but yeah, it might be browser dependent. I just got a DM from Putnam, and they're just like, nah, they didn't hack it. They just edited the eye color template. I'm tracking their edits right now, and most of them are being auto-reverted. It's weird. Well, at least they're just tracking their edits, and they know who's doing it, so it sounds like it's more just trolling, and they don't actually have access to the like actual server-side stuff, which is good. By the same guy. There's a certain website I'd be willing to bet $1 is involved, but I generally don't like to say the name of that website out loud because it tends to make angry people get mad at me. I'm not going to. But I have my suspicions. I'll post it in subscriber screaming if anybody's interested on my Discord. But please don't state the name of this in my chat. Hey, Joe True. How's things? Probably a kid from that place. Yep. Children. How's the fort coming along? Well, we just turned sieges back on. We're ready to fight. That's pretty fun. I'm not going to state it on chat, and I'm not going to give you hints. Panic. As you thought, daddy issues. Well. Amazing what issues can do to people. It's pretty... Got my squads and armor? Oh, no, we don't need squads, no armor. But I do have squads and armor. I actually just need to give these dwarves bedrooms. The thing that I actually need to do. And set up things to make their general happiness better. I do need to add a couple more dwarves to the squad. But I'm going to do that just in the tavern. Just pick dwarves that don't get stressed easily, that are ready to fight. Wow, the game is really thinking. Are you watching the edits, Salty? You watching the history screen? Sounds fun. Wiki fights are always entertaining. Hey, Fem. Yeah, you need to sync the accounts. It doesn't take that long. Maybe takes a couple minutes, usually. It's underneath your account settings. It's like connected accounts, I think. Been so long since I've done it. Let's just throw a bunch of cabinets and things into these bedrooms. Did I ever get the railgun working? I ran out of time. Because I've stated pretty clearly that year 250 I turned sieges back on. So I had to basically stop because I was trying to make it in a way that I've never done before, which very much wasn't working. And I had half a year left, so I've reverted to just something that I know will work. Why does it say that you redeemed a dwarf? I don't know. Have you refreshed the stream since you did? But I don't know. Twitch's system is not very good and breaks sometimes. And if it's broken, I don't know why. I wish I could tell you, but I don't. Captain Walmart. Who are we giving a dwarf to? Have I attempted to make a lava mist trap similar to my mist generator? I've been told by enough people that it doesn't work. So I haven't tried. Currently in this fort? I think so. Hold on, let me check. Old Zwari, Stackham Wills, Aegis, Alter Ego, Andoro the Insane, Apparent Bliss, Aporo, I think that Transfem's dwarf died in the military, actually. Bert Clues, me, Bold Viking, you, Captain Walmart, Clayborn, Cold-Blooded, Daddy Inspector, Diamond Destruct, Fallout Rain, Frazier, Frosty McCrusty, Gloves, Gobsnack, Green Dude, Grunty Thirst, Happy Salt Dwarf, Ismail, Frog, plural, Jaden, Jellybelly, Kyra Asylum, Lightning Roger, Lone Shag, Mad Wolf, Mick Jerby, Neax, Orange TJ, Popliope, and Pablo Rasta. And Really Swifty, Silent Potato, Thanos, Fold, Vervolts, Zed29V, Wild Magically, and Tyrant Des. Wait, what? Yes, you have a dwarf. When did you get a dwarf? I don't know. When did you get a dwarf? Did you move in here? Nope. You definitely redeemed one. Or were gifted one. I do recall this. I do recall naming your dwarf. So many named dwarves. This is what happens when I literally double the possible number of dwarves that can be named. So, Transfem, what kind of dwarf am I giving you? It's an important question. I love how it looks like all of my military dwarves are unarmed. But they're not. Also, apparently I have to read the Discord word story, so I'll do that first. I love that my statement in the Discord is just a bunch of 100% emojis under it. Trees flood Blind's kitchen when elves demand revenge for chopping their younglings in the open defiance of trees. Henceforth, elves without nature can go jump minecarts over... Hello, behold, the streamer is going to sleep. Now. All right. Night chat. Where I moved to the I am only sleeping directory. All right, I need to figure out what kind of dwarf am I giving Fem? Beardless Mason or other stoneworker? I got Fast the Engraver. Make this easy. You're 88 years old. She never feels tempted to overindulge in anything. Is always always tense and jittery, somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and tries, and she enjoys the company of others. She is slow to trust others, and she is assertive, and she likes to take it easy. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally thinks that family is important and respects the law, and dreams of mastering a skill. Oops, wrong button. She likes granite, silver, wood, wood opal, Billu leather? I don't know what that is. Billu leather and rami fabric, squares and spears and amulets, and hedgehog men for their many spines. Not for their ability to go fast, however. And hemp plants for their leaves, and the sound of the fabulous droplet, and when possible prefers to consume strawberry plants and pomegranate wine, and hates blood gnats. Absolutely hates them. So let's find some military dwarves. Lytast, you're a cook.
Thanks for the hours of entertainment and help, as well as great background noise for my many recent hours of dwarfing. My first fortress ever became the mountain home recently, feeling good.
Hell yeah. Well, that's pretty good for your first fort. Now dig deeper. But good job. Thanks for the second month. Welcome back. It's good to have you around. Are you a viable military dwarf, Claiborne? Do you want to be? Actually, here's kind of a thing I'm going to do. I'm going to take Cold-Blooded, and I'm going to remove him from the squad. I'm going to create a new squad with metal armor, and Cold-Blooded is going to run it. I'm actually going to start up 2 more squads right now. The Cold-Blooded is going to run that squad. And I'm going to remove... Let's remove Bold Viking. All of the named dwarves from this squad. I just need to find Bold. Cold-blooded axe murderers, but they use swords. I'm gonna need to expand this, but How do you redeem a dwarf? By being very, very quick on the click for the redeem a dwarf channel points redemption. Or get gifted one by another person redeeming a dwarf. So you Claiborne, you wanted me to check your dwarf. You're a minor. Little time for forgiveness. Will generally seek retribution. Is always tense and jittery. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Feels strong or doesn't seek short-term rewards. Tries to avoid any physical confrontations. Currently not so much. Fearful in the face of imminent danger. Yeah, not very much. And you would not be a good fit for military. Like a really bad fit even. Generally, you want dwarves that dream of mastering a skill that do not mind, like, physical confrontations and are not easily scared. And can handle stress. Like, a nervous wreck, probably not good. You know, just as an example. What, just naming a squad war never changes? Like, see, this is not so bad of a start. Dreams of mastering a skill. Okay, Odom. He personally values hard work and doesn't respect a society that has settled into a harmony without debate and strife, and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. Dreams of mastering a skill. Likes tin, glaze. Okay. Doesn't generally seek retribution for past wrongs. Incredibly brave in the face of imminent danger. You got it. Do you want a military dwarf, Mez? I'm reading one right now. You could have this one. Incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. But well played. Oh, grabbing a dwarf. Someone said that your dwarf would be good for